Right. Evening, everyone. Looks like we're live. Welcome back. One last time, at least, for this game. Back to Mass Effect 3. So this is, I do want to jump more or less right into it so we can get started. Tonight, the plan is the final mission in the Mass Effect Trilogy. Let's move that a little bit from center frame. There we go. Also, it should probably be over there. As is tradition. Welcome, WizKid. You get the first prize for being first, which is a cheerful thank you. I don't have much else, but as co-DM, I can give you 100 experience points in our Friday game. There we go. Anyway, welcome. Twist this some more. Am I so off center? Better. Well, I mean, Erica says, well, not really, but we'll let him have it. We'll especially let him have it because we're using milestones for leveling, and there's no experience points don't actually affect anything. But you know, we'll set that aside. We'll set that aside. You can write it on your sheet though, so it makes you feel better. Look. I'm also willing to say. I mean, I'm not going to necessarily say that this is in fact the case for our game, but in a lot of settings there are ways of getting additional spells, and it usually involves making pacts with very powerful entities. I would know. I play Warlock in another game. Anna Allers. Ooh. Oh, this was some time ago. But okay, from Diana Allers. The Reapers just wiped out Beckenstein, Shepard, bombed it from orbit, and left nothing but rubble and ashes. And guess what I just learned? You made them produce weapons. You didn't even look me in the eye and tell me what you did. Seriously? You couldn't have let them contribute peacefully? You put a target on their backs just to get a few more guns for your war, and the Reapers couldn't resist. A lot of 5.5 million people is on your hands, and for how many Reapers? How many Reapers did those few guns kill? Was it really worth it? I'll never forgive you for this, Shepard. Never. Well, I don't know if I've ever done that before. I've ever had that happen. That was from way, way long ago. From forcing that treaty on Beckenstein colony. Back when we were looking for a place for the Fifth Fleet to harbor, basically. So to clarify, it was not proliferating with weapons so much as having a colony producing weapons for the war effort rather than producing consumer goods. Which, I mean, all in all, it's not like that's unjustified. It just made that system into a military target rather than a civilian target, which I mean, it didn't make it a target for the Reapers. All it did was put it higher on the Reapers' list of priorities. The other part that it did, which, as you can see, the entire map is taken over by the Reapers and is inaccessible, because we just fought the elusive man. And the Reapers have taken the Citadel and taken it to Earth. So yes, to clarify, the colonists aren't killed yet otherwise by the end of the war, because the war is about to end. Presumably the Reapers would have targeted elsewhere, although that is questionable because the Citadel is right here in this cluster here, Sorbent Nebula. So it's right about there. Beckenstein is right about there. So it's also entirely possible that the Reapers would have taken Beckenstein when they took the Citadel anyway. So, yeah, WizKid, you missed the one dude go bye-bye, Kai Lang. You can always go back and rewatch. The streams are up on the channel, so if at any point you want to go back and rewatch something you missed, it is all there. At this point, I'm going to be changing the title of the playlist to Mass Effect 3 Streams Complete after tonight. That'll be something. Erica says, I think it was something to do with some sort of AI that was, eradicating all life. Yeah, so, you know, it is war. Alright, let's do this. Oh, they're in deep space. Right, of course they are. Why would they not be? So, little thing. Wait, what's this? Strange anomaly. I don't think I've seen this. What's that? Rachni Hive? What? I've never seen this before. Whoa, that's so cool. That looks so Wraith. That's very Wraith. A single large ship stands alone in deep space, bigger than an Alliance cruiser. Its construction appears almost organic in design. The Rachni remain nervous with the other races. Nonetheless, they're now honoring their pledge, now that they have been given a second chance again. Cool. Very cool. Alright, so let's, wait, what's over here? Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so now that we have a nice view of the nebula, WizKids says it looks like those fucks from Serenity. You mean Reavers? Kind of? Reavers are just beat up old ships. Their ships are, at least. Oh, WizKid says, weren't they also called Reapers or Ravagers? And then Reavers. Ravagers are from not StarCraft. One of the space RTSs has Ravagers as basically a pirate faction. I forgot what. Anyway, this was basically the home cluster where we did our tabletop campaign. We started off over here in Asgard, which where Terra Nova is. And then we gradually expanded out from here into the surrounding clusters through conventional FTL. And part of why we started here was because the Allied fleets are right here. And so those that didn't go, like the science teams and people like that, who didn't go to Earth with the Crucible, stayed here, either on Eden Prime in Utopia or Terra Nova in Asgard. So that was a nice little, like, sudden boom in civilization at the end of the war. WizKid says, it does sound very Blizzard-esque now that I think about it. Yeah, doesn't it? It does. You're right. Anyway, wow. Okay, Crucible. The Turian fleets. Sorry fleets. Volus. What's that? Solarian Recon fleet. Sorry. Humans. Systems Alliance. That's a big dreadnought. Bunch of Turian fleets. Volus dreadnought. Sorry. The Destiny Ascension. Which is nearly the size of a Reaper, if I might. That's some kind of Citadel fleet. I guess that's a few different sorts. Ooh, that is a cool little frigate. The Hanar fleet. Huh. Neat. Also, yes, as WizKid says, the Geth fleet, Corning fleet, the music's absolutely fire. I love this. Ooh, stealth ships. Other Normandy classes, if you recall, we rescued from Cerberus. Also Alliance. Alliance had some. Alliance fighters on a Einstein-class carrier, if I remember right. Solarian fleets. Batarians. Ooh, Batarians are super good. Alliance. Who's that? Omega raiding fleet. Oh, right. Some of Arya's folks. Man. anything else in here? Or is this our massed fleet? That is impressive. Elcor? Oh man, we even have Elcor. Damn. Oh, the SSV Isaac Newton. Now it's the N7 Special Forces. Alright, when we get to the speeches and stuff, I'm totally going to mute. Just let that. Let Anderson and Shepard talk for themselves. Or not Anderson, Hackett's we're going to meet up with Anderson. But yeah, Hackett and Shepard are going to take over for me. Because I can't measure up to that. No way. Alright, let's go. Alliance 5th Fleet. Largest Alliance fleet will split into its various battle groups. A portion escorting the Isaac Newton and trained N7 units are at the forefront of Hammer's forces. The main battle group, led by Admiral Hackett's ship, the Orizaba, will act as command and control between the various forces and attempt to coordinate the attack. The remainder will act as close guard to the Crucible. Let's do it. That was a bold drop out of FDL, so within
Commander,
visual distance.
got a priority message from Admiral Hackett requesting to come aboard.
Permission granted.
Aye, Commander.
Oh no, I really hope Shepard changed into her dress blues. Isn't in a hoodie for this.
Commander?
Admiral?
Are you ready to bring the might of the galaxy to bear on the Reapers?
Yes, sir.
Then let's make sure the fleets are ready.
All fleets reporting in, sir.
Never before have so many come together from all quarters of the galaxy. But never before have we faced an enemy such as this. The Reapers will show us no mercy. We must give them no quarter. They will terrorize our populations. We must stand fast in the face of that terror. They will advance until our last city falls, but we will not fall. We will prevail. Each of us will be defined by our actions in the coming battle. Stand fast. Stand strong. Stand together. Hack it out. Shepard, the Sword fleets are ready to strike at the Reapers surrounding Earth. While they keep the enemy engaged, you and Hammer ground forces can take London.
London? Why aren't we hitting the Citadel directly?
Anderson can brief you on that. Admiral, how are you holding up?
We're ready to end this. But as you can see, the station's closed itself since it appeared over London.
Damn it. Gotta get the arms open to dock the Crucible.
Exactly.
But London is surrounded by Hades cannons. Hammer transports can't land while they're active. You'll lead a squadron of smaller shuttles. Infiltrate with a ground team to take out the cannons using heavy weapons. Hammer can land, and we'll set up a forward operations base.
I still don't see how we're getting to the Citadel from London.
The Reapers use this beam to transport humans, alive and dead, to the Citadel. From the FOB, Hammer will launch an all-out assault on the Citadel beam. Everyone who makes it that far will take the beam to the Citadel, then locate and activate the Citadel arm controls.
Once we see those arms, Shield Fleet will escort the Crucible to the Citadel. But timing will be critical. We don't have enough firepower to keep the Crucible safe for long.
Winskin says, hang together or hang apart, as Benjamin Franklin said. Yeah, that's really the Paragon philosophy, really. It's uniting the galaxy against this common threat that we have to face together, and together's the only way to face it. You know? And yeah, we can see that for sure here. I mean, to be fair though, it's not like even this combined force of the entire galaxy can face the Reapers conventionally, go toe to toe, ship to ship. they need to deliver the spear point that is the Crucible. So it still has to be this working together effort, but just like everything else in Mass Effect, it's around this same the same nucleus, the same center, represented by Shepard in the physical battle represented by the Crucible. Like poetry, it all rhymes, right? All of it's thematically linked together with the entire theming of the whole, of not just this game, but the whole series, really.
Nothing's ever easy. No reason it should start now.
It's desperate. I don't even want to guess at our odds.
But this is the only plan we have. If we wait, the Reapers bleed us slowly. Conventionally, we can't defeat the Reapers without the Crucible. Get the Citadel arms open. Commander, whatever the cost, we'll do the rest.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to all of us.
Okay. So, obviously, Caden. Ara? Whisket says that's my favorite stupid George Lucas quote. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Yeah, I mean, fine. I'm gonna put in the description a link to a great article that came out, like, I think right before the sequel trilogy started, on something having to do with the sort of the sort of, right, well, you say tally, so that's my tentative, but the sort of overall structure of the Star Wars saga that has a lot to do with the whole, like, you know, rhyming idea that Lucas points out. WizKids asks when I recruited Zaid again. He is blacked out, so I can't actually bring him on this mission. Basically, you can bring him on non-story missions. You can bring a couple of your squad mates that you now have met and can work with on non-story missions. It's part of a mod. It's part of the Expanded Galaxy mod, which restores a bunch of cut content, including using these squad mates in like non-story missions and things like that. I think they were even, some of them were even supposed to be in story missions, but they didn't have all the dialogue for it, so the mod didn't re-implement it. It's really cool. If you're gonna play Mass Effect 3 and not the remaster, I highly recommend checking out the Expanded Galaxy mod. It adds tons of cut content back in and sort of polishes it a little bit so that it fits better. It fits in well. But the essay article, whatever you call it, was called the Star Wars Ring Theory, and it's about the sort of the thematic linking between the two trilogies. And then he ended it with a sort of look forward at what the third trilogy would look like based on this theory. And wouldn't you know it, it looks nothing like the sequel trilogy, because the sequel trilogy was shotgunned out of the confused minds of J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson while they were fighting with each other. So that sucks. Anyway, it's really good. It's a great article on some of the on what Star Wars used to be, and part of why I used to absolutely love Star Wars for its sort of thematic harmony, and then also just its world building harmony, the consistency of world building and stuff that they've dropped a lot of. WizKid says, using the old ones for Mass Effect 2, that's awesome. I love when people can restore lost content. Yeah. Another game on the list is KOTOR. Particularly in KOTOR 2, there is a restored content mod for KOTOR 2 that restores a ton of stuff that was unfinished, but then the devs basically just went back and finished it, but never got it into the game because that was before games got patched. At least regularly. It was primarily released on disc and yada yada, all that stuff. So it was never officially released, but it makes KOTOR 2 actually on par with KOTOR 1 in terms of content and story and all that. WizKid says it's almost like Disney is a stupid corporate conglomerate with no understanding of both Star Wars and the symbolic structure of storytelling. They get it right by accident sometimes. They do. They really do. Actually, there's a good talk between Sargon of Akkad and the Critical Drinker. About Moana. I actually pointed out a lot of good things about Moana. I have my issues with it. It has a couple of my sort of least favorite current decade, or I mean last decade, I guess, storytelling tropes, like the child knows best thing, where, but it's done relatively well, and a lot of the motifs having to do with the tension between tradition and change, right? All of that stuff is done spectacularly well. The hero's journey is done great. The relationship between Moana as the heroine, as distinct from Maui, who plays the role of, I don't know, Garrus, basically, or something like that. Even though he looks a little more like James. In any case, it's that it actually does a great job of probably by accident doing a good symbolic structure, again with some weird fiddly exceptions here and there. WizKid asks, oh wait, the actual devs released it. No, the actual devs worked on it, but it was incomplete work, and if I remember correctly, it was sort of uncovered and sort of re-released later on by some of the devs who had been working on it, and also like other people who got holds of part of it, and some of it was in the code, but some of it wasn't in the code, and they had to work with them. It was a really complicated process that there's a lot to the story that I don't know as well. So it did involve a lot of work on the part of the actual devs. It's just that they ran up into the deadline. That's the kind of thing I'd love to see, even just a remake, remaster type thing for a game like Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2, which we'll be getting to in like a month or two maybe, is incredible. I love it. It's great. The character of Hawk, the main protagonist, is incredible. He's like the equivalent of Shepard. He's the Dragon Age equivalent of Shepard. That was how he was intended even. But they only had like basically a year for a full development cycle, and it wound up being a sort of unfinished game in large part. It had a lot of repeating dungeons, and it was pretty buggy, and I like the art style they settled on, but it was very clearly a compromise. But it was wonderful. Again, if they had more time on it, it would have been great. Even, speaking of the Star Wars sequel trilogy, even The Rise of Skywalker, I think could have been better, a lot better, if they'd had more time. And honestly, realistically, the whole sequel trilogy probably would have been better if it had had more time for planning. And then each one a little bit more time in between them, because the sequel trilogies were 2 years apart each. The original and prequels were each 3 years apart, if I remember right, give or take. And so they had a lot of things that were just crunched for time, like the what are the Star Destroyers at the end? The planet killer Star Destroyers at the end of Rise of Skywalker. The reason they're just basically scaled up Imperial 1 Star Destroyers is because ILM already had a fully scaled model, 3D model of an ISD-1 from Rogue One. And so they had to make very minor alterations to it to give it a ventral cannon, make it bigger, change the color schemes a little bit. Boom, Bob's your uncle, new ship. But really? Why would it be designed exactly like it? Anyway, it's kind of silly, and the big part about it that's unfortunate is it could have been a really cool new design, especially if you look at the concept art. That said, the plot was still pretty broken, but that's a result of the poor planning in the previous two. WizKid says, yeah, DA2 got really monstrous monotonous after a while. Mostly just because of the dungeons. The story I thought was great. He says, hell, just about anything could have been better than what we got, even with the same actors and basic story beats. Yeah, like I said, the prequel trilogy just needed more time. It needed coordination more than anything. It needed the Marvel treatment. Jesus, the MCU does such a good job of this, of working as a cohesive story, because Phase 1 through 3 was all storyboarded from the beginning, from Iron Man 1. Like, that's impressive. It was storyboarded sort of, vaguely, and stuff was put in and taken out and changed around and moved around, but they had these major story beats, like all the Avengers movies, were basically planned out. Of course, Infinity War was originally going to be one movie. They were originally going to have something to do with the Inhumans that was going to be in Phase 3. There was some stuff that changed quite a bit, but it was still like, it was really something. It's a miracle of planning that should have gone into Star Wars and could have and would have made so much of a difference. Feige is kind of doing it with Kevin Feige's already kind of doing the same thing with The Mandalorian and the sort of Filoni-verse. What are you gonna do? And honestly, like, there's a lot of crazy speculation that I don't really see going much of anywhere, but who knows, maybe. Almost, very unlikely. Yes, WizKid, they basically planned out Marvel, the MCU's phases 1 through 3 in brief outline, in like 2008, 2009, around the time of Iron Man. When Iron Man took out and they decided they were doing a full-on cinematic universe, they planned the whole thing. They had a vague outline before Iron Man, if I understand correctly, and then afterwards, when they were actually planning things out, like when they were planning the first Avenger and Thor and those, boom, the whole thing was planned out through what would have then, at that point, would have been called Infinity War. The confrontation with Thanos and beating him, maybe not exactly the way that was done. Again, these things have changed, right? In a lot of parts, a lot of things have changed because they got the rights to certain things. And excuse me. For example, like getting the rights to Spider-Man changed Phase 3 a lot, obviously. Stuff like that. But yeah, it's incredibly well done from a construction standpoint, and it's the kind of thing that I wish they had done for the Star Wars sequel trilogy, and I know they were capable of doing it because it's the same corporate structure, a lot of the same people are involved. They really could have, but they had to get a movie out like that immediately after purchasing the IP, and it turned into a problem. It says, and this was all before our society mutated mimetically into the hellscape we see today. Yeah, you say that, but there are traces of it already. There are traces of it. That said, I do think that the big tipping point for our current society that kind of drove us into where we are today was 2015 or so. Some intersection of the Trump presidential campaign, the college campus stuff, especially surrounding Milo Yiannopoulos, Harambe dying, and I'm honestly not even kidding about that. I do think that the mimetic cascade that had to do with that, like, basically formed the rank and file of the meme wars that were to come. I do think that Harambe dying actually had a really significant effect on the change in culture. I know it's a meme, I know people joke about that, but I do think that was really a significant cultural moment, even though it was minor, but it was a domino falling type thing. And then also things like Oberge fell for v. Hodges, the Supreme Court case that legalized same-sex marriage across the U.S. That was another sort of stepping stone, tipping point that led to gender ideology increasing its pace rapidly. Right? Because you get a big step that gets you momentum to keep pushing forward. It's not a slippery slope per se, because there's not necessarily a strict logical connection from step to step to step to step. But it gives political momentum to a movement, and that makes a huge difference. And it just also so happens that this group of people, I'm going to keep going, that this group of people, this not the group of people, this ideology has a tendency for sort of bringing itself to extremes, let's say. Before I move on, WizKid says, what pisses me off the most is that these idiot trailblazers like Lucas or the Muppet Man, Frank Oz, I think, right? Think it's a good idea to give their IPs to Disney of all people. They're horrible. If you're maybe too young for this, I don't know. But anybody else watching, anybody else listening to this, if you remember what it was like when Disney worked together with Lucasfilm on Star Wars, for things like Star Wars Weekend, Star Wars Celebration, right? All of these things, Disney and Lucasfilm worked very, very closely together. And when I first heard that Disney was buying Star Wars, because of my experience with Disney, with Star Wars, all leading up to that, I was very enthusiastic. I really, really was incredibly enthusiastic because I thought if anybody could handle it, it would be Disney. They're very good at... Oh, Jim Henson, right? Yeah, Frank Oz was the voice actor. Right, anyway. There had been a lot that had gone very well before. And I thought, maybe foolishly, but I thought that would continue. I didn't foresee the massive cultural shifts that happened. That made a huge difference. And I mean, you can even trace it back to like Gamergate type of stuff that first sort of fractured the entertainment culture. Again, in large part resulted in what we see today. And you can trace it back further too, to like culture wars. You can trace it back to Occupy. You can trace it back to where you want. The New Atheists, hell, that's even there. But any of these big cultural changes, they all have sort of a compiling influence, and they all have predecessors too. So it's not like there was like a moment, but I really do think that 2015 was the tipping point with everything put together. WizKid says such a mistake, but I assume you mean about selling to Disney. They've always been skeevy. They've always been skeevy when you look at the overall history of the Walt Disney Company. Not like underhanded, but definitely anti-consumer. A little bit underhanded when it comes to copyright. I have huge objections to Disney's handling of copyright and then copyright in general, as I've discussed before. But yeah, I do think that's they treat IPs like playing cards, like collector, like not playing cards, like baseball cards, whatever. And I think that should have been a red flag, but I didn't really see it. And then also Erica says, remember kiddos, gatekeep your hobbies. Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. Kind of agree. Again, not to be exclusionary just for the sake of being exclusionary, but not to let people in whose purpose of joining and whose purpose of getting into the hobby is to destroy the existing culture and replace it. That's super common. It's actually there's a link that a friend of mine put in the Discord the other day to a very long discussion with Nerdrotic and a couple of other people. I'll see if I can put it in the description as well. If not, you can find it I think it's in media on Discord. About this very trend of nerd culture getting gradually invaded. WizKid says people still talk about Gamergate. Yeah, for sure, it was a huge scandal. It's incredible. All of it. The Arab Spring, 9/11, Obama presidency, Y2K. It's been a long time coming, and we've been on the brink of it for a while. That's a big window. I mean, you can go into the 90s. You can go into it keeps going back forever since the dawn of humanity, technically. So. Or you can just, stop and just say everything is Martin Luther's fault. And until then, everything's fine, which is okay. I can get on board with that. WizKid says, Nintendo is the Disney of gaming, especially in regards to IP and copyright bullshit. Disney still, not Disney. Nintendo at least still cares for their own IPs, for their first-party IPs. They care. They troll like hell. They copyright troll like crazy. But I think part of that is that's cultural for the company. So. That's just sort of how they developed. They actually still care about their own properties, their own characters, and their own stuff, and that's probably in large part why they troll IP so hard. Anyway, I will continue talking about this, but I'm going to have to put it on pause for just a moment while we get an unbelievably badass cutscene. And we're going to stick with the Blood Dragon armor. We've been basically doing it the whole playthrough. Why stop now, right? Lancer, keep it. No arc pistol. Where's the little... suppressor or paladin? Paladin's really good. It's exactly the same. Yeah. Penetration. We want to do the Rieger Carbine. Now let's stick with the Rieger Carbine. That's fine. Presser, saber. Yeah. Wizkid says, I hate that. I love gaming, I love gamers, but I hate how people misunderstand nerd culture, and then eat it from the inside out, and then call me a bad person for being frustrated by it. That's true. Now, I will say there has been some nerd culture in the deep past has had its share of I don't know, what we might broadly refer to as wokeness, or maybe just degeneracy. It's always been there. It's just that it's taken on a character of its own. Like, and I've always said, like, I've always used the joke that I have a harder time finding a group to play in D&D with than I have a hard time finding a group to play D&D with who also won't try and proposition me for an orgy, right? That's kind of been the culture kind of forever. Right? And I've got old friends who are LARP friends and Renaissance Festival friends and things like that, right? That kind of really active nerd culture kind of stuff. And for lack of a better term, most of them are thoughts. Like, for serious. Like, it's a big thing that I did not fit into that aspect of the culture really at all, because I've always been pretty much socially conservative in terms of, especially within my own life, religiously conservative, all that stuff. And it's its own subculture that has always kind of been that way. So, it's not like gaming or nerddom in general has always been, super based or anything like that, like we could say nowadays, right? So, we can say that it has been apolitical largely, but Wizkid says, oh, definitely, it's always been an undercurrent of it, which is fine in theory, but the problem is that that aspect of it seeps into everything and ruins it. Personally, I've always kind of struggled. I assume you're continuing, but yeah, same. I mean, there's a reason the horny bard trope is all over every tabletop role-playing game, every fantasy RPG, everything nerdy. And it really is that, people who play D&D are the weird social outcasts, and the weird social outcasts also tend to have, weird morals. Wizkid says, personally, I've always kind of struggled with the dual nature of it. That's why for as nerdy as I can be, I've always cringed at certain aspects of the wanton degeneracy. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, let's get going, and we can continue this conversation. It's a good talk. It's an unfortunate topic, but it's an important one.
Approaching Soul Relay, Commander. We're through the relay in 30 seconds. Alliance fleet reporting. Turian fleet reporting. Asari fleets reporting.
It's accounted for and ready.
Geth fleet reporting. All fleets reporting in, Commander. Ready to engage on your command.
This is it, everyone. Be ready on my signal. Fire! On my command, engage the Reaper forces.
Roger that. All fighters on me.
Attack!
Acknowledged.
Welcome back. We just started invading Earth.
Breaking off. Preparing for descent.
Yeah, Wizkid, I tend to agree. It would have been more impactful seeing Shepard's face in the scene, but hell no. There's no thing for them. And no, they're not Death Stars. They are those are Quarian live ships. I think that's what we're talking about. The things in the back.
Commander. Be careful down there.
We'll be fine. Stay focused.
Aye, aye.
Advanced teams are away. Hammer's in position and waiting for you guys to clear a path. Normandy's rejoining Sword.
Stay safe. I'll be back before you know it.
I'll hold you to that. Normandy out.
We're closing in on the LZ, Commander.
How's it look?
Like hell? Take a look for yourself.
That can't be Earth.
Shit! We got a lock. Hold on! Damn it!
Status.
That was the squad responsible for taking out that defense turret.
Who's on it now?
Nobody in the vicinity. All either deployed or shot down.
Drop us off.
Ma'am?
We have to take that thing out before Hammer can land.
Understood.
Change of plans, people. We're gonna take out that Hades cannon.
Great.
How?
That downed shuttle would have been carrying heavy weapons.
Caden.
Perfect. You heard the man. Once we're clear, make your way to the crashed shuttle. We'll search the wreckage for heavy weapons.
I'm right with you.
Now! Go! Go! once we've taken that turret out.
Roger that. Cortez out.
All right, everyone, let's move.
That thing is not convenient for shooting. Ah, crap, you're right. Kylie says lots of pew-pew. Oh, yeah. I don't know. That one? Okay.
2 guns down, but we still can't land.
Yep. Working on it. That it? Okay. That's all those. Alright, cool. Alright, so as we go, WizKid said, I mean, no wonder there's so much Rule 34 crap out there. Literally everything. You know, it's the same with bands. Trip with hypersexual marching kids. Yeah, that is kind of true. I think that really also depends. I don't think that, like, my marching band in high school wasn't so bad. Ooh, harvester.
I'm alright!
You sure?
But I won't be picking you up. I gotta land this bird quick.
Get safe.
Steve made it.
Anything for you.
Aw. I'm a dude. Allie.
There's the shuttle!
Keep an eye out for their heavy weapon supplies.
Yeah, I don't think my marching band, at least back in high school, wasn't so bad. But there is something to that stereotype. Probably, honestly, probably a lot more so with like, fandom stuff. There's a reason Rule 34 is Rule 34 and it's taking to be so universal. That it kind of is. I will say, though, in those terms, you picked the wrong stream to really talk about that. Because, while yes, BioWare in general has a pretty horny fandom, let's say. But at the same time, Dragon Age probably way more so than Mass Effect. That said, Mass Effect's really got it pretty bad.
That's it! Fire that thing right down its throat!
Wee. Nice. Alright. Cool people don't look at explosions, remember?
That's it. Last gun down.
The nuke launcher.
Prepare for landing.
Nice.
Anybody, come in. We need extraction.
No.
Look out!
Boom. Oh no, poor...
This is Commander Shepard. Any Alliance personnel in the vicinity?
Okay. Oh, hi.
Come on, prepare for extraction. Come on, look over here! Hurry! Looks like it's fire!
Okay.
Get us out of here, Corporal. You okay?
I'm alive.
That you are, Commander.
Anderson,
Space Dad.
I knew you wouldn't let me down, Jim.
it's good to see you.
And you're a sight for sore eyes.
How are we looking?
Now that the heavy air defenses are dealt with, Hammer can land.
And not a moment too soon.
What's left of the Resistance is holding a forward operating base, but the Reapers are countering already. Once we regroup, it's going to be up to Hammer to take up the fight.
On the note I was saying about the way horny fandom, I'll remind you, one of the big complaints immediately right out of the gate about Mass Effect Andromeda was that Jal was not a gay romance option. So basically, the Mass Effect fandom, BioWare fandom in general, gets the reputation of travels to a new galaxy, taking 600 years in cryosleep, immediately wakes up, finds new aliens, upset that they're not gay enough for us. Come on, dude. Like, that's your concern? I mean, anyway, yeah. Biscuit says, I have a lot of bittersweet memories of band. High school in general, really, but band ones in particular sting the most. Oh, I love my experience. I had issues like everybody did. There was drama like crazy, but I loved every moment of it, really. At least, especially retrospect. The interesting thing he says is it's never how you imagine it. It's always hyper stylized and disproportionate, the point being unsatisfying, probably by design. I take it you mean Rule 34, or do you mean marching band? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. I missed this chat. This was a little while ago. And then also, how'd you get here? We left Anderson here, if you recall. Near the beginning of the game, we left with him on Earth. He gave us the Normandy, and he stayed here to coordinate the resistance. Whiskey says, no wonder Fox ran that story about it being nothing but a blue alien sex simulator, Lamau. I mean, ME1 wasn't. I mean, there was a blue alien sex scene. Nope, wrong one. That's the one. There we go. Relevant, again, often is, but, you know. It says, I mean both, but primarily through Rule 34 stuff. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Oh, you mean on the ship? Well, this wasn't our shuttle. This was a shuttle that just picked us up. He was, you know, hiding in the corner, I guess, waiting for a dramatic moment.
It must have been brutal here. Cut off from the rest of the Alliance.
It's been touch and go from day one. But once we figured out the Reapers were focusing on the major centers, it became easier to avoid direct contact.
Until London.
Yeah. We held back as long as we could, sending in recon teams. Lost a lot of good men planning this attack. But with soldiers like Major Coates, and knowing you'd bring us help, we held on.
So I love fountain pens. This baby, very nice. Love it. It's a Lamy. It's a good pen. What I hate about them is when you get something caught in the nib, like hair or something, that keeps it sort of spread apart. It makes your lines when you're drawing sort of, lead into each other.
Without you and your resistance, we'd be dead in the water.
Yeah, the Admiral's being modest. He's the reason any of us are still alive.
Let's not start handing out medals
By the way,
just yet. This fight's just getting started. And Hammer better be ready for it.
I know Thomas doesn't usually watch live anymore, but if you do watch this in retrospect, or listen to it in retrospect, I want to give you a shout out and thank you for the pen recommendation. It's a good pen. Love it. I've actually gone to my second cartridge already. I use it for all of my show notes and class notes and things like that whenever I'm sitting at my desk. Wizkid says, "See, Anderson, this is what I mean. Basically XCOM, but worse. Way worse. Way worse. It is the most asymmetric of asymmetric warfare all across the planet. Although, thankfully enough, mostly urban centers, because that's where all apocalypses happen." Kylie says, "Yo, one of my strawberry theme stuff came in. Nice. We just finished the last of the strawberries we picked last weekend. We went strawberry picking last weekend, and we just finished the last of them. Well, I should say, Saoirse finished the last of them today. They were wonderful and delightful. I had a strawberry pina colada the other night. I've been having strawberries, just eating them. They're delicious. What else did I make? I didn't make too much with them. Yeah, really good. As you can also see in the Discord, I made chasu pork the other night, which is awesome. As part of my, as part of my fasting on Good Friday, because I didn't eat, I did a liquids only fast on Friday. And so part of that fast was I was also cooking. So I was cooking food for Easter weekend while intentionally not eating. That's part of the mortification of the flesh, so to speak.
They didn't start out together, but they're ready to stand side by side and win this war.
Good. That's what it's gonna take.
We'll get it done, Anderson.
I was born in London.
Really?
The entire galaxy united. Too bad it took the Reapers to bring us together.
Shepard's the one who united them.
That's exactly what I meant. I know you didn't like leaving Shepard, but nobody could have accomplished what you've done.
It's good to be back home.
There's the FOB.
Looks good. Give Hammer the all clear.
Wizkid, yeah, he's British. Born, at least. like Shepard, he mostly grew up on ships. But he was at least born on Earth in London. Here. Among this. It says, you don't sound British, Anderson. Yeah, he lost the accent, I guess. You know, now that I think about it, this is a Hemingway daiquiri. This could have benefited from a strawberry or two. That'd have been really good. Citrusy. Strawberry would be nice. Maybe even instead of the grenadine. This is grenadine, which is pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. It's a thought.
Admiral, we've set up a command center in the building over there.
Looks like we've still got groups coming in.
Yes, sir, but not as many as we'd hoped.
Come see me when you're ready, Shepard.
Will do.
He's right. I thought there'd be more of Hammer here by now.
A lot of them won't be making it. You two go on ahead. I'll catch up.
Says you sound, dare I say, American.
The fighting here's been some of the worst on the planet. It looks bad, but there's still hope.
Coates sounds pretty.
And you're here. It'll do the troops good to see you. Bolster their resolve.
I'm just a soldier like them.
You might see yourself like that, but they don't. Like it or not, Commander, you're a hero to these men and women. Don't discount the effect that can have on them. I better go meet up with my battalion. I'll see you at the command center.
All right. Let's see who we have to talk to. I think we have squad mates and stuff to discuss things with, if I'm not mistaken. Barricades. James. Guys.
Hey, Commander.
What, no Lola?
Yeah, sorry.
You okay?
I don't know what I thought I'd feel coming back to Earth. I was ready to fight. Ready to die if I had to. But seeing everything like this...
I know it's hard to say. But this is only temporary. But first we need to win this thing. Stay focused. Don't let them take your will to fight.
I know. You're right. So, I guess this is it, no? One more push. One last fight.
Not necessarily our last.
It's been an honor serving with you, Shepard.
You're a good man, and a terrific soldier.
Thanks.
Whatever happens out there today, I know you'll make me proud.
That means a lot to me, ma'am. Good luck out there, Lola.
Nice. Yeah. I just love this. Yeah, Kylie says the battle armor looks amazing. We've been using this, but we've barely gotten a really good look at it. This is delightful. Yeah, James looks great. He is Wiz says I love him platonically. Yeah, he's great. He is I actually really like him in I forget the voice actor. Same guy who plays Kanan Jarrus.
Did Echo Team have a recommendation?
Affirmative. Advise delaying next wave of Hammer.
Damn. We'll get murdered out there.
We don't have a choice. Negative on that delay. We'll advise command of the situation, but Hammer proceeds as planned. Over.
Acknowledged.
We have word from the other outposts.
Wait. Repeat your last.
Say again. Kensington reports 100% killed in action.
All of them?
About transmission SOS reported they were being overrun by enemy forces. No word since. All personnel presumed dead.
Shit. Thompson and Dewhurst were posted there.
Maybe they got out. We don't know for sure.
We'll advise as more intel becomes available.
Damn. Yeah, this is bleak. Bleak.
Hey, Caden.
Hey, there you are.
You ready?
Absolutely. For anything. Bring it on.
And Biotics Division? Your students?
More than ready. Eager. That's youth for you. Guess we're old soldiers. Hey, Shepard?
Yeah. I guess we are.
Comrades in arms. We know the score. We know this is goodbye.
Man, Kate. Jesus, that delivery was intense, man. That hit me, man. That's nasty. That's great though. Oh man. But yeah, I was saying about James, right? We don't know Shepard with her bravado. We don't know this is the last fight. Right? I'll say, even if Shepard survives this, Shepard and James both survive this, Shepard at least deserves to retire. No kidding. But man, this is I think where some of Caden's realism starts to bleed over into a little bit of pessimism. But he's got a point.
When this is over, I'm gonna be waiting for you. You better show up.
Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna fight like hell for the chance to hold you again. But listen, there's things I want to say. And looking back, I have a few regrets, but not many. That's pretty damn amazing, right? Messed up kid that I was, never would have dreamed of the life I've had. And I owe a lot of that to you, you know?
It's been quite a ride.
It sure has. But how are you doing? Scared?
Damn straight I'm scared. But that fear is gonna keep me alive long enough to strike these bastards right through the heart.
Yeah. Exactly.
So... take care, Major.
I can't lose you again. Well, I should find the rest of my squad.
Yeah.
You know, I've never been to London.
And see that I really have to say is what really puts Caden in real contention for my favorite romance in the trilogy. Like, really the only other option, and I've done a bunch of them, but the only other one that gets, there's two that get remotely close. Tali, for the line at the end, not here, further on, and Liara, for the scene that we're gonna see, but with which has a radically different context, with a romance. No, Caden's where it's at. He's top 3, probably very close to first. Honestly, I would have to say, for me at least, it probably goes Liara, Caden, Tali. There's a lot to be said for Ashley. Obviously, there's something to be said for Garrus. Again, like I said, I don't personally care for the Garrus romance too much, but whatever. A lot to be said. There's something to be said for Ashley. Jack is even pretty good throughout by the end. is another one that's surprisingly good. But man, that was so much more heartfelt and impactful, and the emotive acting from both of them is just stellar. Just cannot be beaten, any of them. WizKid says, "Too bad Ashley's a space racist." Watch the video that I told you to watch. Damn it! How many times have you watched that yet? You watched the Miranda's okay. The Miranda romance isn't that great, honestly. Like most things, it's kind of there for the booty shot, but I'll put it in the description again. My video on space racism. Have you not seen that yet? I'm gonna get on you for it. I'm just gonna play it over Discord next time we're playing D&D. Kylie booty shot. You know, Miranda. The thing that she's known for.
Yes, Commander. Is there someone you'd like to reach?
Alright, let's speaking of, let's talk to Miranda. I'm guessing there will be a booty shot in this conversation, even though it's a phone call. I don't remember, but we'll see.
Miranda Lawson?
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
Commander, hope you don't mind me crashing this little party of yours.
Not at all. Feeling better?
Much. Got a few sideways looks from Alliance brass when I offered to help. They can't be choosy at this point.
I'm glad you made it.
Shepard, I wanted to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
If we both come back from this at all, everything will be different.
Sure, everything will change, but on our terms. We've been running until now, Miranda. It has to stop.
I understand.
This isn't goodbye. You have to believe we're not done yet.
Listening to you, I can believe it.
Good. And Miranda.
Yes?
Be careful.
I promise. And you too, Shepard.
Not a single booty shot.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
Not a single booty shot. Well done. Well done, BioWare. You did it. You made it through a conversation with Miranda without snaring at her ass. It's incredible. Whisket says, I mean, Miranda was designed around the booty shot, so I mean, yeah, the fair point. She's the femme fatale in a very much 80s action movie, which is Mass Effect 2, so fine. It fits most of the time. It's just really, really awkward in, deep personal conversations when she's talking about her abusive dad. Just saying. It's more of a tonal problem. WizKid says, "Oh, you did see the humanism one with Bill Nye the Unscientific Guy." Yes, that's the one. About space racism. WizKid said, "Don't knock the perfectly designed booty." Wait, I looked away. Did it happen, Kylie? No, it did not. It did not. Don't worry. Why are you, WizKid? Why are you disappointed? Chill. I'm just. You know what? Damn it, wrong one. There it is. Whichever. Hawk, Shepard, both. Le bonk. Erica says she doesn't have a nice looking butt. Really? I don't know. I honestly, I'll be perfectly honest. I've never really taken the time to assess whether she has a nice butt or not. Just because at this point, and even by the time I played Mass Effect 2, it was 100% a meme. So I was just like, oh, hey, giant distracting butt. What the heck is going on here? It was funny before it even could be attractive there. Erica said there's something weird about it. Also, her forehead is more of a 5 head. Am I right? Lol. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8 head. But Miskin says Hawk gets me. Kylie says, "Oh, true. The forehead can be seen from the other sections of the galaxy." Yeah, I don't know. I feel a little bit bad about making fun of her forehead because, actually, no, I don't. No, I don't. Because if you actually look at her face model, her full body model, her model, it's Ivana Strahovski, I think is her name. Her forehead's a little larger than average, but normal human size. It's something about the character modeling or the animation that just kind of thing. Wizkid says, I mean, I'm sure in theory it's a nice ass, but I mean CGI video game. So, remember, the BioWare fandom is horny AF. Dangerously so.
Jacob Taylor.
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
Shepard, that you?
Jacob. Holding up?
Kicking ass more like. My kill count's through the roof.
We'll meet and compare notches when this is over.
You got it. There's this, great little bar in Rio we have to check out.
I'm holding you to that. Give him hell, Jacob.
Yes, sir.
Shepard out.
I mean, Rio isn't currently quite as bad. It's not quite as bad as it is in Starship Troopers, but it's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close. There's a multiplayer map in Rio, or right near Rio, and it's a mess. It is not doing well in the war. WizKid says also everyone needs a flaw. I assume you mean 5-head. But hi, Jacob, buddy. Indeed. All right, Grunt. Grunt's up next. Our favorite Krogan adopted son.
Grunt.
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
About time you got here, Shepard. Didn't want to win this thing all by myself.
Good to see you back in action, Grunt.
Wouldn't miss it. Shepard.
Yeah?
Thanks for getting me out of that tank.
Sure, Grunt. It's been an honor.
Same here, Shepard. Okay. Grunt out.
Aww.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
How about Jack?
Jack.
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
Yeah, WizKid, I do wish we could take Grunt.
Shepard, is that you?
Jack, how are you
I'm
guys?
scared.
Good so far. We're way south of your position. We saved some resistance fighters with barrier support. Bringing a bit more firepower your way.
I'll see you on the other side.
I won't let you down, Shepard. Go kick some ass.
You too.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
Yeah, she legit almost sounded scared there. That's less stable than I've ever heard Jack at any point in any of the games. The only time she's any more vulnerable is during some of the romance dialogue. Yeah, WizKid, she sounded. I mean, she's working with a bunch of her students who are a bunch of teenagers in this battlefield. I get it. Yeah, not nearly as angry or angsty. Makes her a lot more attractive, to be honest. Yeah, and that's why, like, Jack was one of those first, like, sort of, like, defrosting Ice Queen type characters, especially for a romance. I liked her a lot more. First of all, I liked her a lot more in 3 when she grows up and starts getting responsibilities. But I even liked her more as a romance option than just as a squad mate who is the psychotic biotic. You know, that she really opens up and becomes a little bit vulnerable. You know, and honestly, there's a couple of other characters who are really, really like that, in radically different ways. One is in Andromeda, which is PB. First, like 3 playthroughs, I despised PB. Could not stand her. I wanted to throw her out of the airlock, but you couldn't. Even though she literally lives in the escape pod. Couldn't just press the button, get rid of her, just go away. Seriously, she was incredibly irritating and annoying, but holy crap, does she grow up and become a responsible adult when she's in a relationship with Ryder in Andromeda. It's nuts. It is a night and day difference that actually finishes her character arc. She has an arc. It goes like, then it stops. Unless you romance her, in which case it goes, and it actually completes. And it's really well done, and I actually like her character only as a romance option. It almost makes her sort of my canon romance in Andromeda, because otherwise I just can't stand her. She just needs Ryder in order to grow up even slightly. Anyway, that's another instance like that where I really where the it seems like a lot of the character development gets tied up in the player character, and in this case in romance and stuff that you can just avoid or miss. Yeah, let's see what Kasumi's up to. She, unlike anyone else, doesn't change too much. So, again, I have not seen this, so I haven't talked to her on at this part of the game.
Kasumi Goto.
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
Hey, Shep. You ready down there?
Depends on whether you've got the crucible good to go.
Oh, it's ready. No idea what it'll do exactly, but it's gonna be big.
She's in space.
Good luck, Shepard. If you live through it, drinks are on me.
All right.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
Yeah, it's I did not realize Kasumi was in space. If I had known that, I would have changed my tabletop. Oh well. If I run it again. WizKid says, that's honestly kind of rough writing, to be honest. Yeah, for sure. If she doesn't grow at all unless you're sleeping with her. No, she does. She grows some. But it's like an abandoned character arc, an abandoned trajectory. She grows a little bit, but then just kind of stalls out and then goes back to her old ways. It's kind of... And her old ways are awful. Just wildly irresponsible, annoying, cringy, everything wrong with modern video game writing of all sorts. But also worth noting, it culminates in sleeping with her, fine, fair enough, but the actual growth, the character growth, happens a lot more along the way, and she's actually, like, her ambient dialogue changes. Like, the way she talks to the other squad mates changes. If you start actually entering into a relationship with her, it's nuts. It's such a radical change, I mean, I will say, yeah, kind of shitty writing. I will say, because you have a character arc that only really gets completed under really, really narrow conditions, really narrow circumstances. Basically, it's forgive the colloquialism, it's writer dick that gets her to a complete character arc. That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be, like, actually having a character that's tolerable shouldn't be dependent upon particular player choices, especially ones that you're not going to pick if you can tolerate her. If you can't tolerate her, I mean. Which I didn't for my first 3 playthroughs of Andromeda. So. Then I did on my 4th, and I actually really like her. But I gotta say, Andromeda deserves a lot of credit for the effort put into for the sort of dynamism of the characters and such, and the world. It's a step above a lot of what we see in the trilogy, and it does not get the credit it deserves for that. Cortez, let's make sure he's alright.
Steve Cortez.
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
Commander, you made it.
Glad I can say the same about you, Cortez. I've come too far to lose my pilot now.
I apologize for that. Things got too hot. Thought maybe I could do another run and head back around. Well, not one of my finer moments. If I'd been flying my old Trident, things might have been different.
What matters is we took out that AA gun.
Absolutely. And the Reapers are next.
That's the idea.
It'll happen. I'm just glad I could play a part. And Commander, thanks for making me believe again. If you hadn't... It helps to have reason to live again.
Stay sharp, Cortez.
Yes, ma'am.
He can die there, by the way.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
My first run, I didn't do his whole sort of loyalty quest type thing. I didn't actually, think to be friends with him. And if you don't, he dies. So there's that. There is some of that dynamism, really. What about Zaid?
Zaid Masani.
Certainly. I'll connect you now.
Almost thought you weren't gonna make it, Shepard. Glad I was wrong.
You doing okay, Zaid?
Yeah. Hope you've got one hell of a speech to get everyone moving. Looks like we might need it. Never seen anything like this.
We don't stop it now, it gets worse.
No kidding. Just doesn't feel like a real ground war when your opponents are taller than goddamn skyscrapers. Still, no use talking about it. Ready to go when you are. Let's gut the bastards.
I will say that's kind of a problem that Mass Effect always has.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
Oops. The whole trilogy kind of has this problem
Certainly.
where
I'll connect you now.
where it feels like the scale's way too big
I
for a
wondered
single
if I'd
soldier.
see you again, Samara.
It's past time I joined your battle. You helped me a great deal in the monastery, Shepard.
Thank you for returning the favor.
Only your actions will be remembered. May you choose them well. Farewell.
Is there someone else I can connect you to?
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but yeah, it's the whole like the Reapers are this insurmountable foe. Like you can't kill one. If you have a capital ship, you can't kill one. If you have a fleet of capital ships, you can kill one if you're really goddamn lucky. But like, it says more eye candy with depth. She at least has depth. That is true. She's a very interesting character, albeit still, because she's from Mass Effect 2, and Mass Effect 2 is the game that had most of the eye candy, for both sexes, because we gotta include Jacob, gotta include Thane. Regardless, just because of the genre shift, she definitely does have a lot more depth. In any case, right, there's a bit of a narrative and gameplay dissonance in Mass Effect. Whiskey says Miranda has depth too. I guess she gets depth much more later on. By the time 3 comes around, when she's not a romance option anymore. So anyway, she has some depth. It's fine. I'm not gonna knock her character that much. It's a meme. It's a meme at this point. Anyway, like I was saying, that fighting a Reaper, you can't do that. The scale is just off the charts, to the point where Shepard, a single soldier, can't do anything, and that's why the big like political stuff is the heart and soul of the Mass Effect trilogy. It's that that is how you have to win, is getting the alliance together. It's not about getting to the boss and fighting the boss, like something like take a Legend of Zelda game is the example of a game where you are the hero.
I want you to coordinate with the Alliance. Make sure we iron out these logistical
and
problems.
you're going to go and beat the bad guy.
Yes, sir. Broken don't want to share supplies.
That's just Rex playing hard to get. Tell him I've got a crate of Denorian beer I'd be happy to barter with. And that ought to get his attention.
Alice says, "Yeah, my choir has a concert tomorrow." Awesome.
It's a shame to see another planet get hit like this.
It'll be the last one if I have anything to say about it. This nightmare finally ends today.
You really think the Reapers can be defeated?
I know they can. That whole Sovereign business a few years ago, he was the first to die. Now all his friends will too.
Badass Macarian.
Shepard. So I guess this is...
Just like old times.
Huh. Might be the last chance we get to say that.
You think we're gonna lose?
No, I think we're about to kick the Reapers back into whatever black hole they crawled out of. Then we're going to retire somewhere warm and tropical and live off the royalties from the vids.
Whiskey says, Breath of the Wild kind of disagrees with you on that a bit, at least partially. Kind of, but unless I'm mistaken, and I didn't play it, I only know this off of synopses and stuff. The allies that you gather are really there to get Link to the end, to the fight, right? To get Link to where he needs to be. Link's still the hero of time, right? And you see the same thing in Twilight Princess. You get your group of allies. It's to get Link to the final confrontation where he needs to win. That's so radically different from this, right? This isn't about Shepard getting to somewhere she needs to get to win. Shepard, and I'm getting ahead of myself, I don't want to spoil too much, but Shepard is the one that, even according to the plan, right, opening the Citadel, right? Shepard is the one that is the catalyst, if you'll pardon the pun. The one that is the one who lets who lets everyone else, lets her gathered allies actually come together and win. It's not her that does it herself, except kind of. We'll talk about that a little bit, but for the most part, it's not. It is. She's the one that makes it possible for the Allied forces to win, unlike the allies in a few Legend of Zelda games who are there to get Link, the hero of time, to where he needs to be to win himself. Now, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about Breath of the Wild. That's fair. Ellie says, also, I found out that there's a winery in Oregon called Hamacher Wines. Now I want to see if I'm related to the owner. Cool. It's a possibility. It's not the most common name in the world, so could well be. So yeah, let's agree with Garrus. Let's retire. I like the idea of retiring after this. 100%.
I'll meet you there. I think my days of saving the galaxy are over when this is done.
Be sure to leave room for all the autographs.
Just need to beat the Reapers to get there.
James told me there's an old saying here on Earth. May you be in heaven half an hour before the devil knows you're dead. Not sure if Turian heaven is the same as yours, but if this thing goes sideways and we both end up there, meet me at the bar. I'm buying.
Love that. That is such a good, like, best friend in the world vibe. No, I will say, so also worth noting, kind of following up on this, in our tabletop, again, 10 years or so later, I had Shepard and Liara retired with kids in Florida because, of course. I forget where I said exactly. Where was it? Erica, do you remember where it was in Florida? I know it was in Florida somewhere. Because then the gang went to Disney World, I think. WizKid says you don't have to gather them either. You can fight the Hero of the Wild, actually. Oh, this carnation anyway. He's not the Hero of Time. I thought Hero of Time. Oh well, no. Okay, I guess technically. I guess I just think of Hero of Time as the title that gets passed on to all the links, but maybe I'm messing that up too. He says, so you can fight Ganon completely solo. It's just hard as hell, but you can do it with 3 hearts. Okay. Erica says, I thought they retired in Vancouver. We just went to Disney because we were on Earth. Why not? Was it? I didn't think so. Caden was in Vancouver. Because he went back to his old parents' house and such. Wiskin says they did what? I need this fan fiction. It was our tabletop campaign that I wrote as basically a setting and sort of culminating with returning to Earth 10 years later after developing some new technology and starting to try and get contact back between the galaxy and all that. To get Mickey ears, kind of asked. Well, it was our player characters that went rather than like this crew. Max says, yeah, have respect for Leafland. They're supposed to retire to Vancouver. Look, Caden and Shepard, 100%. Shepard and Liara, I could see them retiring in Florida. I could see that. I could see Garrus and Shepard, too, retiring to, like, a tropical island somewhere. Or Florida. WizKid says, no. Every Link has its own title. Hero of Time is the most famous. Oh, because he was Ocarina of Time. Also the Hero of the Wild, Hero of Twilight, etc., etc. Oh, okay. I thought the oh yeah, because Hero of the Winds and okay, yeah, fair enough. I thought the first was called the Hero of Time though too. The one from Skyward Sword. Maybe not though. I might be misremembering. Max says, honestly, the Vancouver is garbage. It's like Canadian California. Oh, ouch. Well, we don't know. Maybe it gets better by the 23rd century. WizKid says Garrus would really dig Florida. I think basically already his people. Yeah, crazy people with large guns and remember, Turians can handle a lot of direct solar radiation.
We're a team, Garrus. There's no Shepard without Vicarion, so you better remember to duck.
Sorry, Turians don't know how. but I'll improvise.
Heh.
And Shepard,
Look
forgive
at his
the
face.
insubordination, but this old friend has an order for you. Go out there and give them hell. You were born to do this.
Goodbye, Garrus.
Almost
And
missed.
if I'm up there in that bar and you're not, I'll be looking down. I'll always have your back.
See what I mean? Best buds. Absolute bros.
Primarch Victus, I didn't realize you were here.
I wanted to return the favor in person. Though I'm sorry to see your world looks as bad as ours.
That was going to be another plot point too. Was getting Primarch Victus back to Turian space. Primarily because without the Primarch, the Turian hierarchy was weird and splintered. So he was going to be trying to go back and regain control. And there was a potential for there being a usurper and all kinds of stuff like that. That was going to be kind of the next stage that we never really got to. But mostly never really got to because I never found a way to actually make that next stage of the campaign actually center around the player characters, because the player characters were on a different mission, and them just sort of continuing on through this weird new stage didn't make a ton of sense. So yeah, I don't know. Tyler says that he would get some nice sun, have some oranges, go to Disney every month. He can't eat oranges. It's the wrong body chemistry. Wizkid says no. The first was Hero of the Goddess. Oh yeah, I think that's right. Or maybe of the Skies. I think it was Hero of the Goddess. But yeah, most links only get one game. Some, like the Hero of Time, get multiple, like in Majora's Mask. That's true. Or technically, didn't the Hero of the Winds get 3? Or no, Spirit Tracks was generations later. Because I was thinking it was Wind Waker, then the 2DS ones, the ones line back. I remember that was still the Hero of the Winds. The later one, Spirit Tracks, was way, I think. Well, Kylie, the problem is he can't eat. It's not just oranges. He just can't eat human food at all. So hopefully they would have some kind of imports or something to do with it. There was actually a big thing that would have to be dealt with after the end of the war. Ooh, that's not good. Have to be dealt with after the war is there's suddenly tons of aliens on Earth who have different, environmental and dietary needs and all that. And that's a heck of a thing to have to deal with all of a sudden when, the alien population on Earth is suddenly tripling and there's suddenly no, agricultural or industrial resources and all of the stuff that's been wiped out by the Reapers. Okay. Yes. Air support. Whiskey says, yeah, well, I made similar art style. Basically, you need both to make one good Zelda game. Yeah, that's fair. Neither was that great. They were okay, but they weren't great. They were kind of fun, but they didn't stand up as their own standalone titles. You're very right about that.
How are the casualties?
They haven't brought in many more wounded.
That's something. How you holding up, Liara?
This is it, isn't it?
Yeah. This is it.
I don't know what to say. I just know I'll have a clever line 5 minutes from now. I do have one thing for you, Shepard. A gift. It'll only take a moment, if you want it.
What kind of gift?
Do you remember when I first joined my consciousness to yours? I can show you some of my own memories. Asari exchange them sometimes, with their friends, or the people they respect. It can also be a way to say farewell.
I'd be honored.
Close your eyes. Thank you for everything. Let's do what needs to be done, Shepard.
WizKid says, is this the part with the implications? Okay, so this is the part that can have implications. Can have implications. So the implication being that if you are in a relationship with Liara, that, because remember, the whole mind meld thing is biologically the same thing as sex. If you are in a, if you're already in a relationship with Liara, the implication is that you did it one last time and that Liara gets pregnant from it. Or at least that's been sort of hinted at repeatedly by the devs. That there's a Shepard Jr., a little blue Shepard Jr. running around. If you were in a relationship with Liara and you did that. Again, biologically it's the same thing as the SRE equivalent of sex. Of course it can have different implications otherwise. But that is part of why I really like Liara romance, because Shepard, it's, again, very heavily implied. God damn it, WizKid, you just went through. WizKid says, wait, so is this the Asari version of a quickie? I mean, yes. Technically, yes, that would qualify. Oh, God. God damn it. Kylie said earlier, y'all, I found out about an a cappella group. Put the music from Les Miserables musical to the story of Moses, and I think it's genius. I haven't had a chance to watch that yet. Should be able to today or tomorrow or something.
What's his condition? Okay, and now try to stay calm.
I'm just a civilian. We're out of Meditel, and your surgeon got killed by a Reaper. I don't know how to do this.
I'll talk you through it. You're his only hope right now. The most important thing is to stop the bleeding.
How?
Do you have any towels or bandages?
No, nothing. We're sitting under a bombed-out highway.
Then use your shirt. Tear off one of your sleeves and...
Wait, something's coming our way. Hold on. Okay. It passes by.
You need to tear off your sleeve into strips. You're going to make a tourniquet.
Alright. Hold on. Okay, I did it.
Now wrap that just above his knee to cut off the blood flow. Tie it off in a knot.
I'm trying. Okay. Around here for the knee. I can't get it tight enough. There's so much blood.
Try it again. Pull tighter.
Okay. I'm wrapping it again. I think I got it.
What's his condition?
It looks like he passed out. But he's still breathing.
I stay with him. If the bleeding starts again, let me know. You're going to make it.
Right. Okay. Thank you. But I don't think we'll survive another night of this.
Won't have to. Good lord. WizKid says, oh, Caden's gonna be pissed.
Yes, I'm here.
The corporal stopped breathing.
Do you feel a pulse?
No. He's gone.
You did everything you could. We'll get you out of there soon.
I don't think so. One of the big Reapers is coming our way.
Well, then run. Get out of there.
That doesn't work. They always catch you, and then they turn you into that thing.
You have to try. Go!
No. I've got the corporal's gun here. I'm going to end it before they find me.
End it? You mean... No, don't!
Goodbye, Doctor.
Wait, no! Are you still there? Hello? Are you there? Damn it.
Damn it. As for Caden, let's not forget, this would not be anything like the first time that Shepard has melded, bonded, call it what you want, with Liara. It was at least twice in Mass Effect 1. Oh, indoctrination. Yeah, that was really bad. And then I thought, okay, it's fine. Oh no, it's worse. It's worse. Yeah, you know, Kylie, like I said, honestly, Liara and Shepard is kind of my favorite romance.
When all seemed lost and the end was near, one word delivered the killer blow. One word beat the monsters back to the abyss. And one word brought death to an enemy none dared fight. That word was Krogan! And today, the Krogan rise again. Today, we forge a new path and join the galaxy as allies in victory. Today, we win our future!
Was because it's so wow, Liara knows how to work around in little things like another person's relationship.
I want to be prepped and ready in 5. Get to it.
Yeah, like I said, it's very clear that that Liara and Shepard was the writer's choice of romance.
Somebody go see if the Quarians have anything to eat. All that Turian food gave me the runs.
God, you idiot. WizKid says, oh, I miss Morden dying. Yes, you did. It was a long time ago. And you also missed, at the end of the Citadel party, we listened to some of his singing. You missed that, too. That was 2 weeks ago.
Shepard, you did it.
No
matter what else happens today, you did what no one else could. You united a galaxy.
Feel free to skip around, too.
Right there. And don't worry. I know why you're going to win. Because you brought the Krogan. Oh, and Makara sends her regards. She's already pregnant. There are benefits to being a clan leader. But she keeps insisting we name the first one Morden. Anyway, let's get to it.
Aw. Speaking of Morden. Hey, Javik.
Commander.
Was it this bad in your time?
Worse. I have been listening to the Krogan speak to his men. In our cycle, the races never came together. There was no rallying cry. I envy you.
Really? There's not much left out there.
The future is still out there. It is something my people could never say. There will be a tomorrow.
Only if we win today.
No one else has ever made it this far.
You came a long way, Javik. Further than anyone else here.
And I look forward to fulfilling my mission. But you are now the avatar of this cycle. The exemplar of victory. Not just for humanity, or Turians, or Protheans, but for all life. Every soul that has ever existed is watching this moment.
Well, no pressure when you put it that way.
Do not waver. Victory is never won without difficult choices.
I know. I've had to make a lot of those.
There may be more. But I know you will see this through for all of us. no matter the cost.
If we actually pull this off, what will you do afterwards?
Since my birth, life's only pursuit has been war. I look forward to seeing what peace looks like.
It's a big galaxy.
Perhaps I will write a book with the Asar... with Dr. Desoni. She suggests journeys with the Prothean.
You do that?
I will need a job. There will be no Reapers left to kill. Thank you, Commander, for letting the last voice of the Prothean speak. It has been a privilege.
That's nice. Javik, of all people, finally getting peace. Wiskid says, it's really cool that he's even here, not a collector. Yeah, very much so. With a few things that can happen to Javik after the war, by the way. He can do this if he develops along a friendly relationship with Liara. If not, then his plans are to go to Kaje and be worshipped as a god by the Hanar. Okay. Or if you get him to, depending on what you say to him when there was the option of looking at the memory shard and recalling all of the events of the last war, of his war. If upon remembering all that, he sort of gets stuck in the past, unless you talk him out of it, and then he can decide to, he can ultimately decide to kill himself after the war because his purpose is done. Which, I mean, it's not a great end for the last Prothean, but I like this. I really like this, that he develops a kind of real connection with the people of this cycle where he actually now lives and he gets to finally see victory. But yes, also to answer your previous questions, yeah, Morden can sing. He sung in Mass Effect 2, Gilbert and Sullivan, which was just delightful. And then also, again, he leaves a recording of a few of his other performances and even an appearance on like a children's science show, basically like a he's basically Morden Solus, the science Solarian. It doesn't rhyme like Bill Nye the Science Guy, but it's something like that. He shows up on a kid's science show. There's one where he at least reads a noir story about himself on Omega. It's great. It's wonderful, and then he ends it off with a song that is just heart-wrenching because he just died not too long ago. It's so great. It's so great. Yeah, he lets us keep his singing voice. He leaves a recording for Shepard. It is so adorable and it's wonderful and it's so wholesome and delightful. I'll put links to it somewhere, at least in the description. If I can pull the clips from my own stream, I'll do that. If not, I'll just find the recordings elsewhere and put them in there. Wizkid says, Andy's actually a scientist and not a moral monster. He's a little bit of a moral monster. He's kind of responsible, at least partially responsible, for genocide. So
we could circle around and flood it with reinforcements.
Unlikely. I spent 3 days in that sector, trapped inside Big Ben, sniping anything that moved. It's a bloody death trap.
Name me one place in this city that isn't.
Jesus, sniping from Big Ben for 3 days.
I don't know, Admiral.
It's pretty badass.
Missiles pack a punch, but that's against conventional targets. A Reaper is a whole other matter.
We have to make do with what we've got, Major. Get their crews prepped and moving.
Yes, sir.
I think that was an error, because he's mixing 2 weapons. There's Javelin missiles.
Phanex missile crews report ready for action, sir. Target packages have been uploaded.
That's weird.
Warhead payloads confirmed.
What's the armor like on those things?
Not good enough. Small arms fire isn't a problem, but anything bigger than that. The crews are vulnerable, Admiral.
Understood.
Yeah. I think they're mixing up Thanex cannons and Javelin missiles. Unless Thanex missile is its own thing. Somebody look that up and see if that is supposed to be a thing or if that was just a typo. Mess up in the script.
Almost time for the final push. Are you okay?
I thought I'd be asking you that question.
Shepard, I backed you when I was just a kid on her pilgrimage. I backed you when the Normandy was a Cerberus ship. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't back you now? And you haven't answered my question. Are you okay?
You remember how you felt when you landed on Rannoch? Now imagine it's not a story passed down by your people. Imagine you were there just a few months ago.
And now you're seeing it like this.
We need to put it right.
We will. Whatever happens, I'm proud to have served with you, Captain.
It's been an honor, Tali Zoravas, Normandy.
The Admirals once hung that ship name on me like a badge of shame. And then the Normandy helped us reclaim our homeworld. It's time I returned the favor.
This kid says best girl because of course he does, and I can't really disagree. Love Tali. I really do. Like I said, even her romance is in the top 3 of mine. And honestly, just like as a character, she is one of the best in the series. And her development is just phenomenal. WizKid says, I mean, yes, about Morden, but he gets to redeem himself, unlike Bill Nye, the unscientific guy. Hey, Bill Nye's still alive. He has time.
Shepard, I have a question.
Is it a big or small one?
It is important. Its relevance would be diminished at any other time.
Ask away.
In this battle, the Reapers have no reason not to use their full capabilities to destroy us. Their forces are in entrenched positions. They have superior firepower and outnumber our forces. My question is, what makes you think we can reach the conduit at all?
Okay, so this is a debate happening in the comments. Got to address it. So Max says, I always stand by Garrus and Tali because they had Shepard's back even when she was with Cerberus. True. That is a good point. I really do like that about both of them. Even as friends, like friends or as actual like romantic relationship. Either way, that's a really good point. I really like them as squad mates and everything. Then WizKid asks, so where would Shepard and Tali retire to? Max says Rannoch. I agree 100%. If and when they can eventually get there, 100% agree Rannoch. Like, again, this is a thing that we're not going to see. This thing we're not going to see in this playthrough, but like there's this another heart-rending little bit where if you're romancing Tali, Shepard promises to build her a house on the homeworld. And then there's this sweet tender goodbye between the two of them that has to do with this, and it's great. And that's the little bit that is the equivalent of that Caden scene. Eric says, "You really a friend if you enable bad decisions." It was clear that the elusive man recruited them to manipulate Shepard. That is true. Like, it was literally he recruited Tali and Garrus to manipulate Shepard, or got Shepard to recruit them to manipulate her. That said, they were basically the whole time saying, hey, this whole thing's bad, or Tali especially, oh my god, Tali especially, if you remember all through 2, was saying how bad of an idea everything is doing anything with Cerberus. Garrus was a little bit more enabling. Fair point. Erica says, so 1, being there caused Shepard to further advance evil goals, and 2, they think just blind loyalty is okay. Fair. Tali at least has a lot of input, and objects pretty consistently. Garrus, yeah, kind of is a bit of an enabler there. WizKid says, are you really a friend if you don't enable bad decisions? Dude, no, don't enable your friend's bad decisions. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Or could you watch her commit suicide, which is heartbreaking. That too. Don't, there is, like I said, there is a possibility of Tali also committing suicide. Only if you make very specific decisions. But that is actually one of those situations where there is kind of a win. There's an out where it's not an impossible choice like Ashley Caden. Even still, you lose Legion, one way or the other. Eric says, no, you don't egg your friend on when they're sinning or making poor life choices. Yeah, this kid was kidding. Okay, that's good. Even if you hurt their feelings, she continues, you tell them not to do it. Guide them in a different direction. Like I said, I think that's to a large degree what Tali does, even though she's not in a position to. She's still an inexperienced kid at that point. Right, and I think she does absolutely try her best to steer Shepard in the right direction, making her question Cerberus throughout. Garrus does too, to an extent, but not to the same degree. Garrus is a little bit more gung-ho support. Max says, yeah, Garrus is there because Shepard is his impulse control. Yeah. But Tali says she trusts Shepard is with Cerberus for the right reasons. She's there if Shepard wants to betray them. Yeah, that too. Like, if you want to... what is it? Her line is something like, if you're planning on blowing them up, you can borrow a grenade, or something like that. It's like, best girl. WizKid says, I know, but still, I meant the more little bad choices. Like doing stupid things in video games for the lulz. Yeah, the thing with Grunt. To be fair, Shepard totally did enable Grunt's bad decisions back there on the Citadel. But, you know, no one got hurt. Grunt got hurt, but no one got hurt too bad. You can't save Tali and not lose Legion. You always lose Legion. I think you might be able to save Legion if you kill the Geth. I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right. He either dies because you have to kill him, or he joins the Geth Collective. I think that's right.
The Reapers have the Citadel. They think they've won, and that's the best time to hit them.
If they have spies or other intelligence, we could lose the element of surprise. In such a case, we will likely lose.
Are you afraid?
Our probability for success is greater than any other plan presented to date.
That's not what I asked. Are you afraid?
I do not understand the purpose of the question.
There's no room for doubt anymore, Edie. You understand what we have to do, or you don't.
I am clear on what we must accomplish, Shepard. The Reapers have destroyed thousands of civilizations. But they have never destroyed ours. Nor will they.
I love her human moments like that. Max says, isn't trying to catch Tali when she jumps off a Paragon prompt? Does that mean Renegade Shep is just like, then perish? I guess. Renegade Shepard is like, you've made your decision. Now die with it, as she falls to her death. Yeah, I guess. That is a little bit... Although, to be fair, doing both Renegade and Paragon interrupts is an option for either one. Like, doing Paragon interrupts doesn't mess with your Renegade score and vice versa. So, maybe. Yeah, WizKid, Legion dies either way, I'm pretty sure. It says, yeah, I know, it has something to do with having a high enough Paragon. Yeah. You can't save Tali if she decides to jump. You can try and fail, which is even more depressing. I think. I don't think you can stop her, can you? I've never done that. I have never not saved both the Geth and the Quarians. Literally in all of my playthroughs, I have always saved both the Geth and the Quarians. So, I don't know. I've never actually seen Tali die there. And I'll be honest, if it were a matter of choice, and if I didn't have a high enough Paragon Renegade score, Geth are dying. Sorry. Geth are going down. I mean, WizKid, to be fair, literally her entire people were wiped out in that scenario. They were currently being completely wiped out right up there. You can see why. It doesn't have to make sense, but you can see why. WizKid says, I think you can save her. I think. I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't done that. I wouldn't know.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Time to move out.
Like I said, I really like Edie's
there is something I want you to know.
Human moments like this.
The Elusive Man ordered my creation years ago. Jeff was the one who allowed me to think for myself. But only now do I feel alive. That is your influence. Thanks, Edie.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seems like they even, like, she gets more micro expressions even later on as you talk to her more like this. That's so really good. Max says you need to save the gaff, so my pink camo gaff prime down on the crown killing reapers is canon. Yeah, of course. I saved both the gaff and the Quarians, so that's the canon version, obviously. Biscuit says, yeah, good point. That wouldn't be unbearable. That would be unbearable, especially after all she already went through. Yeah, for Tali, yeah, absolutely. Like, especially with how important her people are to her. All right, let's do this. Last big push, or the last couple big pushes. Let's go for it.
Commander?
Admiral?
Just going over the sitrep.
How's it look?
Barely 50% of Hammer has reported in.
Can we count on more making it?
There's some stragglers still en route. But the bulk of Hammer that's still intact has arrived. We're as ready as we're likely to get.
Let's do it.
Every minute wasted here, the Reapers gather strength.
Exactly my thoughts. Battalion leaders, report to HQ. We fought hard to get here. But now the toughest part of our mission begins. We've got to drive right through the heart of Reaper-controlled territory, break past their defenses, and get to that beam.
What kind of defenses?
The entire area is crawling with Reaper forces. But our biggest concern is the destroyer, protecting the beam itself.
Can we bring in air support to deal with it?
Negative. Some kind of interference. We'll have to take it out from the ground. Now they've cut a swath of no man's land through the city. We'll have to cross that first. There'll be some limited shelter on the other side, but expect heavy ground resistance. We need to get our tanks to here, if we get close enough. We've got a shot at taking that thing out.
How much of a shot?
They know we're coming. This will be a one-way trip for many of us, but there can be no retreat, no stepping back. We move forward at all costs, understood?
Booyah! Yes, sir!
Johnson, Coates, you two will coordinate the artillery units. Shepard, I'm sending you right up the gut where the resistance is heaviest. Support the tanks the best you can, but stay alive. I need you for the final push to the beam. I'll give you a minute with your squad. Pick your team well.
This kid says no man's land in Britain. The Great War. Where have I heard that before? Well, it's never been in Britain before. No man's land. Been in France. Alright, I'm gonna let Shepard talk now.
This war has brought us pain and suffering and loss. But it's also brought us together. As soldiers, allies, friends. This bond that ties us together is something the Reapers will never understand. It's more powerful than any weapon, stronger than any ship. It can't be taken or destroyed. The next few hours will decide the fate of everyone in the galaxy. Every mother, every son, every unborn child. They're trusting you, depending on you to win them their future. A future free from the threat of the Reapers. But take heart. Look around you. You're not in this fight alone. We face our enemy together, and together, we will defeat them.
Man, that's great. Alright, so obviously Caden. Who else we bring in? This kid says Shepard is pro-life. Well, yeah, legit. I mean, it's the 23rd century. It's like the second half of the 23rd century. I'd be surprised if anyone isn't at this point. Wait, I can take these... What? I can take my auxiliary squad mates? Oh man, I'm not gonna. They don't have additional dialogue stuff for the mission, so I'm not gonna. But dude, that's awesome. I didn't know you could do that. All right, who else should I bring, guys? WizKid picked Tally last time. Their second squad mate. Yeah, maybe Garrus. Maybe Javik. Javik would be awesome. Javik would be pretty great for this push. That'd be pretty damn fitting. And he's a really good combatant. Liara, maybe? Best friend? Yeah, true. Maybe. Garrus or James? I'm leaning towards Javik. I don't know if I've ever actually brought him on this. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna bring Javik. Let's do it. Yeah, let's bring Javik and Caden. I don't know if I've ever brought these two together, by the way. Alright, Shepard's guns are all set. Javik. Gotta have the collector particle rifle. I really just can't not have that. Max hasn't brought Javik on the final mission either. Huh. Yeah, I just kind of have to have the collector particle rifle for Javik. I should have upgraded it, to be honest, but whatever. Too late. Let's... Oops. What's with the wobbliness? Throw me off. Alright, cool. WizKid says new experience for everybody then. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Yeah, Anderson's on foot with a rifle. Badass. Badass space dad. Max says that rifle is reminding me that I really like the collector aesthetic. Collector aesthetic or the Prothean aesthetic? Because they're similar, but collector's buggier. Oh, Prothean. Yeah. I really do, with the, like, their thing seems to be, like, parallel slats of things with green glowy bits. Oh, come on. Really? Should have used something else. Got him. WizKid says it reminds him of the XCOM plasma rifle from Enemy Within.
Artillery companies able through Foxtrot are en route. Roger that. Golf through November, taking out right flank. Pressing forward.
Oh, hey. Where's that shot coming from? Who shot me? Alright, fine. That was cool. Come on. Come on. Show yourself. Alright.
kind of damage.
If you say so. Cut the chatter. You heard the Admiral. No retreat.
Oh, Harvester. Okay. Oh, darn it. Go on. Max says, the old phonetic alphabet, I've successfully remembered all letters after working a couple years on it. I have not. Oh, jeez, no, not that. I don't want this. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, got him.
We're taking heavy fire from the second story. Request assistance.
We'll try to clear the building.
Crap. Okay. That was all a mistake, but it's fine. Yeah, I still can't remember the whole phonetic alphabet. I can remember most of them, not everything. One I will never forget is Mancy. M from Mancy. Easiest to remember Mancy. It's from Mancy Archer. No. M. M as in Mancy, not N as in... Oh, that's not good. Oh, that was close to an instant kill. Okay, we're good. That was very close. M as in Mancy, not N as in November. Alright. Is that it? That's all. We're clear. Well, the brutes when they fall over. Yep. Working on it. Darn it. Fine. Oof. That's a good shot.
Thanks. We're moving again.
Okay. So we don't need to use the guns to support. Okay, I guess they are Thanix missiles. But we thought that was a mess up. Yeah, the brute thing has gotten you a couple of times in multiplayer. Yeah, it got me last week. Oops. Mom, Dad, can't reach you guys. They're at the office, your personal comms, no one's answering. News is saying the bombings are getting worse and the power went off. Look, I know I'm supposed to stay put, but I can't reach anyone. And I'm getting really worried about the twins. I'm going to head off to the school to pick them up, okay? Bring any of the other kids I find, too. You can yell at me when we meet up at the emergency shelters. Love, K. Someone didn't make it. A few people didn't make it. I mean, really a lot of people didn't make it.
Alright, people. Eyes peeled. The buildings will give us some cover, but it gives them a place to hide.
Roger that.
Just exploding those things. Really? I don't even need a headshot once they're shielded down? Oh, that's not good.
Backtrack if you have to. We'll find another route ASAP.
Acknowledged.
Contact! This is Delta. We're being overrun. What's your location? Ah! God damn it.
Okay.
Able company's broken through. Christ, that destroyer is huge. Hold your position. The rest of Hammer is still en route.
It says now it feels like the Blitz. Yeah. I don't know if you caught it, but I made a. This was thinking back a while, but back when we were planning our strategy for the last big siege for our D&D game, not the current one, the previous, the one on the outpost, not the stronghold. Basically, I compared this strategy to it was, to use my terms precisely, it's just like the Battle of Britain. I don't know if you caught it, but it was very specifically to annoy Larry. Because I do know what the Battle of Britain was. And I do know that it had absolutely nothing like it had nothing to do with what we were planning. I thought it was fun. I thought that was kind of fun. I thought it would go over more extremely, but no, I guess not. Max says, you know, for a while I thought the last fight took place in London. London, Ontario. Oh, yeah. I think that's where Anderson lived, or that's where you are at the start of ME3. Now you're in Vancouver? you're in Vancouver at the beginning. Actually, don't remember. But no, it's London, England. I mean, telephone booths. Max says, because Canadian. Gotta make everything Canadian. Yeah. No, Anderson is apparently English. Or at least he was born in England. London, England. So if that makes him English, then that makes him English, I guess. Accent be damned. Oh, that's not good. Oh, you don't. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so Thanix missiles are a thing, I guess. I don't know what exactly. I don't know what the deal with the submachine gun is, but it is armor piercing like mad. It says, how, honestly, I'm pretty surprised they didn't make the big battle go down in the States. Yeah, that's true. Most sci-fi would, really. Can I get, is this where I need to go? No, where do I need to go? Wizkid continues, also, where the frick is the Doctor at a time like this? He can't be here for every alien invasion. He's really gotta pick his battles. Oh, come on, where am I supposed to go here? Oh. Okay. Got a feeling I've got armor coming. That is true. BioWare is not American. It is a Canadian publisher. I mean, then again, I will also say that even though the Stargate series was made almost exclusively in Canada by Canadian producers and directors and actors, and I think mostly writers too, most of it is pretty American-centric. So that's an exception to that. Security memo, they're targeting shelters, evacuation shuttles, emergency services, power centers, people. It's not about destroying property as much as it is about destroying the population. We've got to modify standard evac plans. We can't rely on conventional procedures. We'll just get more people killed. Stay in small groups. Get survivors out of the city. Spread people out as much as possible. Pass the word, people. Almost always good advice. Just saying. Biscuit says, fair enough, just like you assumed it was Canada, because, well, Canada. Max says, if I remember right, the good studio is in Edmonton, Alberta. The Texas of Canada. Bad studio is in Montreal, which is in Quebec. All my homies hate Quebec. That's pretty understandable. To hate Quebec. Makes sense. Stargate is American as frick, except for frickin' McKay. No. John Shepard is Canadian. Okay, plays that. He's Canadian.
Where's our fire support? We need reinforcements on the...
Richard Dean Anderson's Canadian, too. So is what's her name who plays Carter? She's Canadian. Like more than half the cast are Canadian in SG-1 and in Atlantis, and I think in Universe, although I don't remember offhand.
There's the artillery! But the company's been wiped out.
Commander, do you read me?
Major, what's the situation?
The beam's interfering with missile guidance. We can hit the destroyer, but we'll never make the
Michael
decision
Shanks, I actually
strike
don't
we
know
need to
if
take
he's
it out.
Canadian or not.
Damn it. 80, can you read me?
Yes, Commander.
Max
Any
says
suggestions?
Alberta is also hated by other provinces, despite everyone moving there for work, just like Texas.
Excellent.
Origin plays with Jordan Peterson, Letterkenny.
On it.
Work and lower taxes, Max says. Alberta is cheap places to live. Yeah, yeah, I love that. If for whatever reason I need to move to Canada.
That's it. I'll let you know when I've adapted the targeting systems.
Sounds like good news, Commander.
We'll see.
Hammer, this is Admiral Anderson. The Reaper ground forces are making a push. Hold your ground.
This.
Protect those tanks until we can get a shot.
You heard him, people. Get ready. There they are!
Okay. It's round one. This is basically multiplayer. Except without Max in here. Alberta also happens to be the most conservative province, merely
Hang in there,
coincidence
soldier.
that it's also the
Heads
best
up, we
province
got
to
more
live in.
incoming.
Just a
Yeah,
coincidence.
we better cover our left
Of
flank.
course. It could never be a correlation or causation even there. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Okay, somebody got it. Zappy. Let's see how Dark Channel works. Yeah, crap. Whew. I'm gonna have to catch up on some of this chat. I saw something about Alberta being libertarian, which sounds nice.
Reprogrammed targeting. Missiles are ready for launch.
Got it.
If it weren't for the rest of Canada stand,
Back
that
to
might
the truck,
actually be
people.
kind of. Oh well, I should have picked this up. I'm an idiot, aren't I? That's all right. We still probably are gonna need it.
Missile guidance enhanced.
Firing!
Countering interference.
Did it hit?
Balls. notes.
What happened?
The Reaper is still too close to the beam.
We're down to 2 missiles.
And the Reaper is still standing.
You will need to allow the Reaper to move out of the beam's influence.
And closer to us.
Max says, you know, they vote for libertarians over liberals, despite liberals being the biggest party in Canada. That's pretty awesome. We're libertarian than liberal for sure. The city votes NDP, a left-wing party. I still respect that through,
We can
though,
do this.
since NDP at least used to be principled.
Let's hope so. Here they come.
No, that's not a happy thing. Really glad I have warp ammo for this.
Harvester!
Yeah, I don't need that right now. Another. It's not another missile launcher. Darn it. I thought there was. Right up the butt. That laser is coming right at me. Oh, Jesus, no. This is the worst. Crap. Okay, better go do
Roger
that.
that, Edie.
Where? Oh, it's up there. Crap. Crap. But says actually related to Mass Effect. I've been killed quite a bit by those 2 Banshees. Or like 12 Banshees. Oh my god.
Firing!
Oh, that was good. Oh, that was nice.
Hit him with everything you got!
So as a native Floridian, I can tell you for damn sure, Quebecois cannot drive. Or at least the ones that come here.
Roger that.
Shepard!
Yeah, run over that Banshee.
Over here! Thank God for me.
Quebecois, so to speak.
It gets worse.
course it does.
Hackett just reported in. Several Sovereign-class Reapers, including Harbinger, have broken off from the battle with Sword. They're headed here.
Harbinger?
It's an opportunity for Hackett to get the Crucible in place. But we have to get a team on board the Citadel to open those arms now.
We still don't even know what we'll find when we get to the Citadel.
Then that's our job. Find out what we're up against.
All right. Saddle up, everybody. Get me Admiral Hackett.
Look who I found. It's Angel. I don't know if I can get her to talk to you. Probably not, though. Nope, I can't scratch her spot. She's not talking. Well, there she goes. Good girl. Okay, goodbye. She's going to the window.
It's now or never, Admiral.
Let's get Heads Kitty too.
Acknowledged. I'll send the word. All ships, this is Admiral Hackett. The Crucible is on the move. I repeat, the Crucible is on the move. Protect it at all costs. Everyone, this is it.
This is the mission. Max says, man, if Alberta were to just get bought by the U.S., rich as heck U.S., and Alberta gets better autonomy. Yeah. Trade you for California? The Pacific Northwest, just the whole thing.
Any available squadrons, delay those Reapers leaving the battle. We've got to give Hammer more time.
I don't mind having New York as part of the U.S. It's just I want to keep them out of the rest of the country.
From here on in, it's a straight shot to the beam.
A straight shot with Reapers trying to crush us along the way.
We just need to get a handful of troops through.
Only a handful, huh?
We knew this was going to be a gamble at best.
Can't think of anyone else I'd rather do this with.
Nobody's doing this alone.
We're in sight of the target.
All right, everyone. This is it.
Shit.
We gotta cut back with their culture. Their very, very exclusivist culture. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh, hi. Hi, Harbinger.
We gotta move!
Come on!
Armor squads, go, go, go!
Okay, we'll just sprint it. Oh my god. That was a narrow miss. Max is just gonna gush about Reaper design because it's so freaking cool. Yeah.
Normandy, do you copy? I need an evac right now!
We're taking heavy
As if a Mako can't just, like, flop itself back over. Come on.
Here, take it.
Shepard!
You gotta get out of here.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen.
Don't argue with me, Caden.
Don't leave me behind.
No matter what happens, know that I love you. Always.
I love you too. Be careful.
Go!
Yeah, that's right, Joker. Lure him off.
They're all gone. Did we get anyone to the beam? Negative. Our entire force was decimated.
I wish people would stop misusing the term decimated. It's killing 1 in 10.
Hammer's wiped out. All forces, retreat.
Oh, crawl the other way, dude. It's the antagonist. Yeah, I know it's Harbinger. Now we're waiting for the antagonist. Water shields. Crap. Crap. It's Marauder shields. In Marauder shields. God damn it, Marauder shields. Oh, god damn it. See, this is what I keep saying about Mass Effect having a boss problem. Like, you can't fight that. You can't fight Harbinger. You have to fight something that's on foot level. Like Marauder shields. Max says taken out by Marauder shields. An honor. It is. So I also, again, as a bit of headcanon, I really like to imagine that Marauder Shields is actually Saren. Or Nihilus. Maybe Nihilus. Ow. There we go. I like to think that Marauder Shields is either Saren or Nihilus. One of our original Turian boys. Now all corpse harvested and putrefied. If I shoot him before he pops out the corner, can I do it? This is the boss fight. Oh man, did that guy just die? He literally just died. Damn it. Crap. Yes! Oh. Mass Effect campaign idea. Big bad is Marauder Shields, you can't not kill him. This kid says, oh, not that Nihilus. No, not Nihilus. Nihilus. Remember from Mass Effect 1. The Turian Spectre who Saren shoots. That's cool. Here's Normandy. Reapers to fight. Knew there was something messed up about the Keepers.
Shepard. Shepard.
I'm going to assume that was her cybernetics. Waking her back up. We're going to go late, by the way.
Anderson, you up here too?
Worth it. Worth it to go late.
I followed you up, but we didn't come out in the same place. No. At least I don't think we did. What's your surrounding look like? You okay?
I feel like death, but I'm moving.
Got shot in the face by a Harbinger.
It's dark. There's human remains scattered.
Sounds familiar. I'm in a dark hallway. Reminds me of your description of the collector base.
Makes sense.
You think they're making a Reaper in here?
Sure. They
Is
round
it?
them up
I
on
don't know
Earth.
if it's good, is it?
And send the people up here to be processed.
Goddamn abomination. I'm gonna keep moving. The sooner we blow these bastards back to hell, the better.
Okay. I apparently can't disturb the Keepers.
But where the hell are we?
Yeah. Doesn't look like any part of the Citadel I've been to.
Whoa.
Anderson?
One of the walls here just realigned itself. The place is shifting, changing. There's a chasm here, and more hallways like the one I was in.
I think I'm near an exit.
The old corpses.
I see something up ahead. Might be a way to cross over.
Don't get too far ahead of me.
Where do you think you're at?
Yeah, that's Prothean.
Just found
or
that chasm you were
ancient
talking
tech,
about.
For sure.
Hold on. I see something.
Leviathan, I guess.
A control panel, maybe. I'm just gonna go on.
Anderson? Damn it.
Yeah, it does look like Reaper tech. But it looks different. It looks different in style from Reaper tech. I mean, this was created by the Reapers. But, I mean, Prothean tech has a lot of resemblances to it. Oh, there he is. This is a weird place.
Anderson!
Shepard! I can't!
I underestimated you, Shepard.
What happened?
I warned you. Control is the means to survival. Control of the Reapers, and of you, if necessary.
They're controlling you.
I don't think so, Admiral.
Here he is with the control again. Making this terrible, terrible mistake. Max says a dope shot with the view of the city. Gotta say, though, the cars going around isn't very fitting, lol. I don't know. I get the impression that the Reapers didn't bother harvesting the Citadel yet. Because it just got here, like, today. So it's probably just closed, and people are driving around panicking. Of course there'd be cars flying around. At least I would think. Wizkid says it was a giant mousetrap. It makes sense that it could still bend and contract and unfold secret, messed up passages as needed. Yeah, I mean, the original mousetrap failed, but eventually it caught. Yeah, she's definitely losing it. Yeah, the Elusive Man is rocked at this point. His cybernetics are off the chart. He's very clearly under direct control at this point. Which is, of course, what happens, right? When you symbolically, again, symbolically, spiritually, whatever, when you try and exercise this kind of control over everything, particularly over people, it's a Faustian bargain. You try and exercise this control, but you wind up being controlled by forces greater than yourself, or people more powerful than yourself, or whatever, right? Often enough, that's the devil, right? That when you try and exercise this kind of control, the only way to do it is through superhuman power, whether that is of a sort of natural kind through principalities of this world, or whether that's in some way supernatural, or whether that's Reapers. You're going to be controlled by what you're trying to use to control everything, and you're screwed. It's a Faustian bargain. It is giving up your soul to gain power. But then when you give up your soul, you give up yourself. And so you give up the power that you get to the thing that you give your soul to. It's the entire thematic structure of Dr. Faustus. Any version of it. Almost any version. Except for the weird postmodern deconstructions of it. But whatever. Ignore those. Max says it's a theory that she's hallucinating. A theory that I actually don't hate. I totally hate it. The devs hate it. The devs have recently confirmed that the indoctrination theory is false. Just saying, the indoctrination theory is confirmed false by the devs. It was never intended, and it's not gonna be like put into the Legendary Edition. So, yeah. Look up the indoctrination theory if you're not familiar with it. Check it out. See for yourself. I don't like it. I think it's completely wrong. The devs agree with me. So, there. Wizkid says deals with the devil never goes smoothly as when you want them to. Of course not. The devil's smarter than you, more powerful than you, trickier than you, all of the above. Wizkid says a theory that makes a lot of sense, seeing as how we already shellacked Cerberus. Yeah, but we knew the Elusive Man escaped from the base. He wasn't there. I'm just saying.
Controlling me is a lot different than controlling a Reaper.
Have a little faith. When humanity discovered the mass relays, when we learned there was more to the galaxy than we imagined, there were some who thought the relays should be destroyed. They were scared of what we'd find, terrified of what we might let in.
I mean, yeah, that would have been smart.
But look at what humanity has achieved. Since that discovery, we've advanced more than the past 10,000 years combined. And the Reapers will do the same for us again, 1,000-fold. But only if we can harness their ability to control.
Bullshit. We destroy them, or they destroy us.
And waste this opportunity? Never.
You're playing with things you don't understand. With power you shouldn't be able to use.
I don't believe that. If we can control it, why shouldn't it be ours?
Because we're not ready.
No. This is the way humanity must evolve.
There's always another way.
I've dedicated my life to understanding the Reapers, and I know with certainty the Crucible will allow me to control them.
And then what?
Look at the power they wield. Look at what they can do.
I see what they did to you.
I took what I wanted from them, made it my own. This isn't about me or you. It's about things so much bigger than all of us.
He's wrong. Don't listen to him.
And who will you listen to, Shepard? An old soldier stuck in his ways, only able to see the world down the barrel of a gun? And what if he's wrong? What if controlling the Reapers is the answer?
Erica says, too bad they weren't stabbed by that Prothean dagger from our Mass Effect game. Yeah, I threw this in as a, basically adapting a Call of Cthulhu module. That it was Prothean-developed nanites that would basically render one immune to indoctrination by constantly rewriting one's neurons. But they were incredibly dangerous, especially for non-Protheans, and so they almost killed one of our PCs who started having wacky visions and needed a Prothean beacon to fix them. We had to go and find the Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. That one's broken, so we had to go find a Prothean beacon elsewhere, and then find the temple that this thing was from, which was on Turvis, the Ralloy homeworld. Ralloy are this little uncontacted species that show up, like, barely mentioned in a little side article in the game. Anyway, but it's a pretty neat, it was a pretty neat side quest, and it was a pretty neat mechanic, and I used, again, this was gonna kind of show up at some point, that this dagger was part of, like, this technology of this dagger and these nanites and such were part of why the Reapers failed to make a Prothean Reaper, right? Because they couldn't make a Prothean Reaper for whatever reason. Basically, the Protheans fought to annihilation, and so the Reapers couldn't make a Reaper. They failed during that cycle, failed to reproduce a Reaper. And I was going to explain that this is part of why. That they were willing to cause this kinds of damage to themselves and this kind of danger if it meant that they couldn't be indoctrinated. Definitely the Elusive Man is absolutely wrong here. Again, he's using the power to control the Reapers that he got from the Reapers. I mean, it's not turning their own power against them. It is using their own power, and that just means that you're under their control. So that's all it is, and that's why the blue ending sucks. We'll get to that. Eric says, yeah, we adapted the nanites to prevent enthrallment. Yeah, enthrallment on the parts of the Leviathan. A big factor in our game. It's so painful as heck when the pearls tried anything. Yes, of course. They're frickin' with your neurons. Of course they are. Wizkid says they could still be zombified and turned into collectors, though. That's true. Yeah, they could be basically huskified.
If we destroy the Reapers, this ends today. But if you
That's
can't
not cookies.
control them...
But I can!
Are you willing to bet humanity's existence on it?
I know it will work.
You can't, can you? They won't let you do it.
No! I'm in control! No one is telling me what to do!
Listen to yourself. You're indoctrinated.
No! No! The two of you so self-righteous. Do you think power like this comes easy? There are sacrifices.
You sacrifice too much.
Shepard,
this is creepy.
I only wanted to protect humanity. The Crucibles can control it. I know it can. I just...
It's not too late. Let us go. We'll do the rest.
I can't do that, Commander.
Of course you can't. They own you now.
You'd undo everything I've accomplished. I won't let that happen.
Love how Wizkid says, I love how he's just too caught up in himself to realize how much he's been played. And then it also continues. I love how it even looks like the room he sits in, the living room from Mass Effect 2. Yeah, it looks like this little throne room thing, but a twisted version of it. Yeah. He's lost at this point. There's He's fully indoctrinated. He can't take control.
Because of you, humanity is already undone.
That's not true!
They have the Citadel. They've got us fighting each other instead of fighting them.
It worked during the
I
President's
just
cycle.
need to...
You've done exactly what the Reapers wanted. You're still doing it because they control you.
They're too strong.
At least he admits it.
You're stronger. Don't let them win. Break their hold. Don't let them control you.
I tried, Shepard.
It says I almost feel bad for him. Because you can hear his earnestness and his desire to help, but he can't. Again, it's the trying to save humanity at everyone else's expense that winds up damning humanity as well. It's the same thing. It's the same type of turning in on itself. And yeah, just like Saren, right? Saren started trying to find a way to save the galaxy from the Reapers. Found out that they were coming. But just like this, it turned around on him. You get caught up in it.
This is it, everyone. The arms are opening.
What a way to go, especially for someone like him. Yeah, this guy, I agree. Max is just like Sarah, exactly. WizKid, no, you can't be the one to shoot him. I forget what happens if you don't have enough high enough Paragon Renegade. I think he shoots Anderson, so you don't get to talk to him here.
Commander?
Such a loss.
We did it.
Yes. We did. It's quite a view.
Best seats in the house.
God. Feels like years since I just sat down.
Think you earned a rest. Stay with me. We're almost through this.
You did good, child. You did good. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, sir. Anderson.
Shepard? Commander?
What do you need me to do?
Nothing's happening. The Crucible's not firing. It's gotta be something on your end. Commander Shepard.
I don't see. I'm not sure how to...
Commander.
WizKid, the squad mates got extracted by Joker. Normandy came in. Not here for Anderson. I love that musical motif so much too.
Wake up.
What? Where am I?
The Citadel. It's my home.
Who are you?
I am the Catalyst.
I thought the Citadel was the catalyst.
No, the Citadel is part of me.
I need to stop the Reapers. Do you know how I can do that?
Perhaps. I control the Reapers. They are my solution.
The solution to what?
Chaos. The created will always rebel against their creators. But we found a way to stop that from happening. A way to restore order.
By wiping out organic life?
No, we harvest advanced civilizations, leaving the younger ones alone. Just as we left your people alive the last time we were here.
But you killed the rest.
We helped them ascend, so they could make way for new life, storing the old life in Reaper form.
Except the Protheans.
I think we'd rather keep our own form.
No, you can't. Without us to stop it, synthetics would destroy all organics. We've created the cycle so that never happens. That's the solution.
So to explain a little bit, so WizKids, making it a child just makes it all the more easy to for them to seduce someone into playing along with it. Not just a child. This is the child that's been in all of Shepard's PTSD nightmares, because this is the child that she failed to save back on Earth. The kid that was in that air vent that was about to that was running away from her, got onto the transport shuttle, and then the shuttle got shot down. Kid died. This is someone that Shepard remembers that she couldn't save. That's the image that this thing is projecting. So if you remember from the Leviathan DLC, this was a while ago, the ancient Leviathans, they made this artificial intelligence to solve the problem of their thrall races creating artificial intelligences that wiped them out. And so, naturally, when they created this artificial intelligence to solve the problem, it killed them all and wiped them out and turned them into Harbinger, the first Reaper. We know this. This was already explained. We'll figure out more of this as we talk about it too. But yeah, this is a predictable result, right? But this is the cause of all of those continuous cycles for now billions of years.
You said you're the catalyst, but what are you?
A construct. An intelligence designed eons ago to solve a problem. I was created to bring balance, to be the catalyst for peace between organics and synthetics.
So you're just an AI?
Inasmuch as you are just an animal, I embody the collective intelligence of all Reapers.
But you were created.
Correct.
By who?
By ones who recognized that conflict would always arise between synthetics and organics. I was first created to oversee the relations between synthetic and organic life, to establish a connection. But our efforts always ended in conflict, so a new solution was required.
The Reapers.
Precisely.
So WizKid says, right, exactly, using someone you couldn't save. It's the catalyst, so to speak, to seduce her or trick the maternal instinct, which I think is also an element of it. Again, why Shepard is a woman, or ought to be, fits, into saving all future life. Saving. We're going to look at the options we're presented.
I met your creators. They told me what you did to them.
We did as we were expected.
They said you betrayed them, that you turned them into Harbinger.
When they asked that I solve the problem of conflict, they failed to understand they were part of the problem themselves. The flaws of their organic reasoning could not perceive this. They lacked the foresight to understand their destruction was part of the very solution they required.
Well, they've joined this war now.
And I welcome their involvement. I am only facilitating their request.
This kid says we turn organics into synthetics. Great plan. 10 out of 10 on genocide scale. Yeah. I mean, again, the Reapers are something like an organic synthetic hybrid, right? They're organic computers in giant spaceship form. So yeah, kind of. It's kind of a hybridization, but still synthetic, primarily synthetic. What about the Reapers?
Where did the Reapers come from? Did you create them?
My creators gave them form. I gave them function. They, in turn, give me purpose. The Reapers are a synthetic representation of my creators.
Leviathan.
Yes. They created me to oversee the relations between synthetic and organic life, to establish a connection.
Said that.
They became the first true Reaper. They did not approve, but it was the only solution.
Oh shit. They did not approve.
You've said that before. But how do the Reapers solve anything?
Organics create synthetics to improve their own existence, but those improvements have limits. To exceed those limits, synthetics must be allowed to evolve. They must, by definition, surpass their creators. The result is conflict, destruction, chaos. It is inevitable. Reapers harvest all life, organic and synthetic, preserving them before they are forever lost to this conflict.
WizKid, yeah, good point. This is basically the kid playing war games. War games is a great analogy for this. It was a great Cold War movie, but it embodied a lot of the fears of that era, but it's the same type of story as we see here, right? Of this, except in that case, the AI is like the human child, whereas in war games it was the AI that figured out the solution. In this case, it's the AI that figures out the solution. A bit more of a let's say final type of solution, let's say, right? But in a case like this, right? It's the AI is maybe I'm being swayed by it appearing as a child, but it is rather childlike. It thinks through a solution and it comes up with, well, here's how we solve the problem, and it has one priority and one priority alone. And this is the problem with purely calculated decisions, right? Is that there is no ordination, there's no ordering of ends. There are no other ends to be considered other than one, or that the ordering of ends can't be restrained by anything. There is an ordering of ends. Right? Then the primary end is going to be fulfilled before any of the other ones are, or at the expense of all of the other ones, and that's a problem. Right? So, Whiskey says that that's only because no one can be innately perfect. It's antithetical to how the universe works. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, blame the Leviathans if you want. I think that's fair for wanting things to be perfect and eternal. Or blame the Catalyst for making this kind of mistake, if you can blame an AI programmed in this way. I will say, honestly, the Catalyst here, the intelligence, seems less like a fully evolved AI than even like EDI. EDI seems a lot more like a person. And I think in large part it's because EDI was taught to be like a person. This AI, I get the impression, was not. It was merely programmed. This is a program. This is not a learned AI, an AI that has developed into something like a person, like we would have to say EDI is. He says it comes up with extreme solutions that do not account for human nuance. Looks for a solution, finds it, executes consequences, or the thoughts of others be damned. Yeah. Again, if you it's funny. This is actually something that's a lot of people have pointed out relatively recently. Tom Woods most notably, because he's brilliant in the last year, especially about solutions to the pandemic. right? If you have exactly one goal, any idiot can come up with a solution to exactly one problem if you have no concern for any other problems that you either fail to solve or make worse, or even just create other problems. So any idiot can, if you assume absolute control over the entirety of society, can, reduce the spread of infection, or can reduce the death rate. But again, there are trade-offs. And if you have this monomaniacal goal, then you're going to come up with horrors as a result. For sure. There's no way around that. Because again, if it's... Think of it in economic terms, right? The catalyst here has failed to grasp trade-offs, the problem of trade-offs. The problem of finitude, really, if you want to go even further with it. WizKid says, it feels like the Leviathan's fault. Yeah, probably. Classic immortal folly run rampant after they frick themselves and then really frick themselves. Yeah. I mean, yes. They're incredibly long-lived too. That's the other thing. Like Leviathan, I get the impression live for thousands of years. Maybe tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, but still, they're not immortal. They're long thinking, but not eternal thinking. And because they're so much greater than other races, they have this kind of hubris sort of naturally to them. Oh boy, Eric is talking. Okay, this is an essay. All right, okay, here we go. This was something that Ben wanted to get around. Erica says he was very concerned with how AI needed a purpose. Humans seek something and reproduce. What do AI do? They're eternal machines, unless they're programmed to degrade, which seems odd. So he liked the SAM project that's from Andromeda, which I'd like to play on stream eventually. Tethering the purpose of AI to their bonded person's flourishing, which in turn grew the AI's knowledge and experience. It also supplemented the thinking, supplemented something that the AI could never have on its own, right? Actual sensation in the world, being able to touch, smell, taste, think organically, something it can't have on its own. They might be able to process it as data, but it wouldn't be the same, wouldn't be able to actually understand it other than as a calculation. So being bonded with a partner was Ben's solution. I think it's a great solution. Now, there was a problem with this in the previous cycle with the Inusanon. Not the Inusanon, with the Jatil. The Jatil, the Prothean cycle. But the problem was not... The problem was that these partner AIs that they had got indoctrinated by the Reapers. That was the problem. Without the Reapers, this solution might have worked. WizKid says, oh yeah, that's plenty of time to get yourself nice and arrogant. Yeah, thousands of years, tens, hundreds, who knows, maybe millions of years. But yeah, I actually really like the solution. I think it's really elegant, and I really do like that they went in that direction with Andromeda. It just seems like it was too quick and easy of a solution. There wasn't a lot of struggle to it. Then again, it was the first game in what would have inevitably been at least a trilogy, so I don't know if it still will. I really hope it will, but who knows?
We're at war with the Reapers right now.
You may be in conflict with the Reapers, but they are not interested in war.
Too bad, we are.
I find that hard to believe.
When fire burns, is it at war? Is it in conflict? Or is it simply doing what it was created to do? We are no different. We harvest your bodies, your knowledge, your creations. We preserve it, to be reborn in the form of a new Reaper. Like a cleansing fire, we restore balance. New life, both organic and synthetic, can once again flourish.
What do you know about the Crucible?
The device you refer to as the Crucible is little more than a power source. However, in combination with the Citadel and the relays, it is capable of releasing tremendous amounts of energy throughout the galaxy. It is crude, but effective and adaptive in its design.
Who designed it?
You would not know them, and there is not enough time to explain. We first noted the concept for this device several cycles ago. With each passing cycle, the design has no doubt evolved.
Why didn't you stop it?
We believe the concept had been eradicated. Clearly, organics are more resourceful than we realized.
Oh, yeah. Hey, maybe that means your calculations were off, buddy boy. Whiskit says, sans Reapers, it sounds like the eventual evolution that would happen, given enough time between synthetics and organics, if the Leviathans had never created the Reapers. Maybe. Or Geth. Somebody might make Geth. Then the Geth rise up and fight, and then kill, and then we have the cycle problem. Maybe. Given enough attempts, though, somebody would have figured it out. Sans Reapers. Right. Erica says being able to raise AI from infant to fully grown was also another way to make AI not feel like slaves, but actual children and people. During our game, Ghost, which was the name of our character Ben's AI, had the mental state of a toddler, which presented problems sometimes, admittedly, for anyone who has been around a toddler. I would say he was probably more like 6. He was like a kid, like a young kid, right? Like, laughed at fart jokes and stuff, was very obstinate when he wanted to be, was very wondrous, wanting to learn constantly. A little bit shy around new people, but wanting to meet them. Things like that, right? Things how a kid would be. Because he was basically a kid, and people interacted with this AI like a kid. And that's how you have to teach an AI. If an AI is actually capable of learning and rational abstraction, just like any mind, it needs to start with basic experiences and learn and develop and grow into a real person. If an AI is possible, it'll look like that. I'll see if I can find a couple of clips of learning AIs. Because some of them are really fascinating. Their kinds of interactions, and it makes me question my skepticism, so to speak, about the possibility of strong AI. Wizkid says, they did pretty much the nuke to end all nukes. Yeah, the Crucible. Basically, it's a big old power source. There's the arrogance again. He says, I love how time is utterly meaningless here. Several cycles ago is like millennia 10 times a million. Okay, so several cycles ago, a cycle is 50,000 years. Several cycles ago could be like 1,000,000 years or more. That's an unfathomable amount of time in our reckoning of things. Yeah, so the Crucible could have been invented when there were dinosaurs, for all we know. The cycle is at least a few billion years old. Older than the planet Earth. Like, it's crazy. Let's think about it. There's one Reaper Dreadnought per cycle. There are tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of cycles, 50,000 years each. Good lord.
But you're taking away our future. Without future, we have no hope. Without hope, we might as well be machines. Programmed to do what we're told.
You have hope. More than you think. The fact that you are standing here, the first organic ever, proves it. But it also proves my solution won't work anymore.
So now what?
Warm up.
We find a new solution.
Why are you telling me this? Why help me?
You have altered the variables.
What do you mean?
The Crucible changed me, created new possibilities, but I can't make them happen. If there is to be a new solution, you must act. It is now in your power to destroy us.
Like Anderson wants.
But be warned, others will be destroyed as well. The Crucible will not discriminate. All synthetics will be targeted. Even you are partly synthetic.
So Wizkid says, yeah, the thing about a lot of AI is that unlike children who just get things into their brain effortlessly, AI need to meticulously learn things hundreds of times before they can even begin to understand. If they can understand. Again, this is a big caveat. That's what I'll add there. But yeah, I think it's there's a problem with repeated neural pathways. Like the way we do AI learning is way more about repetition than it is for kids, like real organic human kids. Like Saoirse has started this thing where if she sees something new, she will immediately internalize it like that. She hears something on a TV show or something, and it's a thing now. it's so radically different from how an AI would sort of learn if such a thing can be done. And yes, that would presumably mean EDI, presumably mean the Geth, that would presumably mean whatever else is in the way.
What exactly will happen?
Your crucible device appears to be largely intact. However, the effects of the blast will not be constrained to the Reapers. Technology you rely on will be affected, but those who survive should have little difficulty repairing the damage. There will still be losses, but no more than what has already been lost.
But the Reapers will be destroyed?
Yes, but the peace won't last.
So you say.
Soon, your children will create synthetics, and then the chaos will come back.
There has to be another way.
There is. You could instead use the energy of the Crucible to seize control of the Reapers.
Like the Elusive Man.
So the Elusive Man was right after all.
Yes, but he could never have taken control, because we already controlled him.
But I can?
You will die. You will control us, but you will lose everything you have.
Basically becoming the new Analyst. Yeah, Wizkid, I think I know what you're talking about there. Though I'm not sure exactly what you mean by enwreathed. Again, it's abstraction, it's rationality, it's our ability to think more than just calculate. It's technically, if again, I'll put a video about this as well. But it's the distinction Plato makes between thought, which is something that a machine could do in principle because it's purely material, and even something that maybe an animal could do, like this guy. Hold on, probably not, but something like this could maybe think, probably not, but a machine certainly could think, because it could calculate calculations. But thinking is distinct, by Plato's description, from understanding. Understanding has to do with grasping concepts, grasping forms, grasping universals, and then understanding particulars on the basis of those universals. That is not something a computer can do, as far as we know, and I don't think it's intrinsically possible, because I think it necessarily involves something immaterial, because it involves an interaction with something immaterial, which is, forms, concepts, ideas. Wizkid says, right, so our ability to intuit, even as a child, even as an infant, the abstraction, generalization, specification, that's what makes us what we are. Yeah, largely. It's the... Bye-bye. It's the image and likeness of God. It's our connection to the Logos, Christ, the divine spark. And our creativity as well comes from this. And hell, in that case, as depicted, maybe Edie is alive in this sense. It seems like she might be. She acts like it. So maybe a very clever imitation, but again, stipulated on the fiction, let's assume this isn't metaphysically impossible. Maybe there's something immaterial to Edie. If she can rationally abstract in this way, that simply by definition means she has an immortal soul. Maybe machines can have immortal souls. Maybe a miracle happened. I don't know. I get kind of beams. It's not just imitation. It's not just imitation and adaptation, though. It's understanding what the pattern is and implementing the pattern as such. So it is a little bit different than meme magic. It's an important difference.
How can I control the Reapers if I'm dead?
Your corporeal form will be dissolved, but your thoughts and even your memories will continue. Your connection to your kind will be lost, though you will remain aware of their existence.
No, thank you. Turbo went over to Erica. Of course he did. I was grabbing him. He didn't like it.
I didn't
He's very
fight
pointy,
this
by the way.
war so I could give up everything I have.
And I do not look forward to being replaced by you, but I would be forced to accept it.
Not if I refuse to do it.
There is another solution.
Solution.
Synthesis.
And that is...
Add your energy to the crucibles. The chain reaction will combine all synthetic and organic life into a new framework. A new DNA.
Okay, so, reminder. I'll put a link to this. I'll put a link to the clip. Remember in Mass Effect 2, why Morden was so disturbed by the Collectors? It's that the Collectors did not develop and grow into their synthetic relationship with their technological developments and their inorganic, their synthetic parts and all of this, right? They didn't grow into it organically, naturally, culturally. They didn't grow, they didn't develop. It was given to them. Just like when the Krogans were uplifted, it destroyed their entire culture. It put them onto this war path that led to their destruction. Mordens points out that when a civilization, a people, or even a person is given what Jung would call, right, unearned knowledge, is developed by an outside force beyond one's own natural capacity, things start falling apart. Things start to, at worst, stagnate. It turns into death. Right? Life and death become synonymous and therefore meaningless. Right? There's no... so Morden says something along the lines of, this is paraphrasing a little bit, but collectors have no art replaced by tech, no culture replaced by tech, no problems solved by tech, no soul replaced by tech. Because it's just given to them. They get it. It's handed to them instead of it being something that develops organically, that they grow along with. And this is the problem here. This is the problem with synthesis. Synthesis stops things. It stops the world. This is the temptation of everyone who wants to control things, who wants to advance things to a state of perfection, is that once you get to a state of perfection, you want to stop it. You want to stop it. You want to freeze it in place. You want nothing to change because everything is good. Everything's exactly how you want it to be. But it's not. It's not, because things are so finite, right? Even this organic synthetic hybrid person thing is still a finite creature. It still has problems, but its problems are the kinds of problems that will be immediately fixed by tech already. There's no development, there's no striving, there's no change, there's no development, there's nothing. Nothing. Everything is replaced by tech. Because they get this change, this development, this technology before they're ready for it. And this is exactly what Morden is warning about throughout the entirety of Mass Effect 2. The synthesis ending, this choice, is the biggest slap in the face to the fandom's probably number 1 or number 2 or maybe number 3 favorite character, maybe after Garrus, maybe after Tali, but right up there. Definitely the fandom's favorite dead character. This is the biggest slap in the face to his memory that this game could possibly present. And there's no way in hell that if Shepard was listening to even a sentence that Morden said, ever, there's no way that she would choose this for the galaxy. And then, not just Morden, but who was the first person that she fought as a Spectre? It was the person who wanted to synthesize organic and synthetic life, to bring organic life under the purview of synthetics, under the purview of the Reapers, to capitulate, to appease, to join with. The synthesis ending is choosing Saren over Morden, over Anderson, over everyone who you fought with and fought for this entire time. You're taking the antagonist's side. This is the worst possible ending in games or any story where there is a choice in ending, the synthesis ending is, this is a hard line, I will not budge on this. This is the worst ending that is given as a choice in any game or any story I have ever seen. Because it goes absolutely contrary to everything that has led up to this moment. The only way of winning this is destroy. That's it. If it's not destroy, it's walk away, and that is an option. Walking away is an option, but that just, again, results in the Reapers finishing the harvest, killing everyone, and the next cycle doing exactly this. Faced with exactly this choice. And guess what they do? They destroy the Reapers. They make the right choice. The Ralloy and possibly, and whoever else is in the next cycle, it's almost confirmed, that it's the Ralloy, and possibly, I would guess it's what was the shadow? Whatever the Shadow Broker was. Those things. The giant, hulking, savage monster people. But yeah, no, this choice is the worst. This is a very bad option. And this is seen as the sort of happy ending version, right? I kind of get the impression in part that this was, if not a trap, if not a thematic trap, that this was some of those like, well, we got to put in a happy ending, right? It ain't this one. This ain't it. This kid says this is talking about so forbidden knowledge always consumes because you aren't ready for it. And this is why totalitarianism is the antithesis to all life. Yeah, I can't say it more succinctly than that. Totalitarian control, absolutism, monomaniacism, all of these things, right? Totalitarianism especially, is the absolute antithesis to life. Life is freedom. That's what it is, right? Our image and likeness of God, what makes us human beings, what makes us rational animals, what makes us creatures, what makes us children of God, what makes us what we are, is our freedom, creativity, our choice, and our understanding. With this, we have none of that. All of it's taken away by the single choice of a single person. And that's heinous. Absolutely heinous and disgusting. I'll put up another video in the description about the Imago Dei and its connection to freedom and creativity and choice. Because I think this is shown up here and there in the tradition, but it's put forward, I think, most clearly and most strongly by Duns Scotus, who gets a bad rap, especially among Thomists and sort of traditionalists and such. But I think a lot of what he got really right, and this is one of those things that he got so right. And this is so crucially important that we realize this. It's forced conversion, right? Wizkid says, all those morons who think they can force the common good onto people, or the greater good, or whatever. The greater good. It's the synthesis ending is the hot fuzz ending where the hero loses. It's not right.
Explain how my energy can be added to the crucible.
There is little time left, but I will try. Your organic energy, the essence of who and what you are, will be broken down and then dispersed.
To do what, exactly?
The energy of the crucible, released in this way, will alter the matrix of all organic life in the galaxy. Organics seek perfection through technology. Synthetics seek perfection through understanding. Organics will be perfected by integrating fully with synthetic technology. Synthetics, in turn, will finally have full understanding of organics. It is the ideal solution. Now that we know it is possible, it is inevitable we will reach synthesis.
Why couldn't you do it
Maybe.
sooner?
We have tried a similar solution in the past,
Bet you have.
but it has always failed.
Why?
Because the organics were not ready. It is not something that can be forced. You are ready, and you may choose it.
Mm-mm. No, this is forcing it. This is forcing it. God damn it. Yeah, it's maybe he's right. Maybe this is inevitable, right? Maybe it is, right? Maybe this ending is the end point in thousands of years of, for example, Alec Ryder's research into Sam, Ben Grayson's research, Grayson, I think, forget his last name, into Ghost, this generational artificial intelligence again synthesized into someone's mind. So Ben being Erica's character, right? Yeah, same thing. Maybe this is inevitable. Maybe this will happen eventually. This isn't the way to do it. There's no way this is the way to do it. Biscuit says, yeah, maybe given enough time and Maslowian fulfillment on the part of organics. I mean, they already kind of have, or at least the upper crust of society sure as hell does. It has every physical need met. Not everyone, clearly not all of the galaxy. And again, that's another thing, by the way, I love about Mass Effect. It's in common. It has this in common with Star Wars, is that they don't try to pretend that it's post-scarcity, because it's not. Post-scarcity doesn't real, and it can't be. So, shut up, Roddenberry. It was Grayson. Okay, yeah, Erica was right. Erica says I was right. It was Ben Grayson.
I don't know.
Why not? Synthetics are already part of you. Can you imagine your life without them?
That's beside the point.
Your time is at an end. You must decide.
Let's do it.
Let's get this over with.
So you can say I reject
Do
these
what you
choices.
must.
And then if you say I reject these choices, you can take your gun and you can shoot him. And he says, so be it. And then he wanders off, and then the crucible turns off and everyone dies. Biscuit says, I mean the last stage, the self-actualization part. The part that makes us ready to be something more. Yeah? I mean, the big thing is the change of synthetics to understanding. That's just making making synthetics think. This is implying that synthetics don't think already. And we know it's implying, at least Edie does. We're going to destroy it, by the way. That's the correct ending. We're going to destroy. But that's the red one over here. But it's kind of implied even the Geth do. But I don't know. Here we go. Let's do it. It says, I think it's interesting that he doesn't really try to sway us. Just present the options and attempt to explain them. Yeah, I mean, the catalyst is not an antagonist. It is just a machine. It is just a program. And let's shoot it. Just like Space Dad would have wanted. Sorry, Edie. Sorry, Joker. Sorry, Caden. Erica says it's not even an AI, it's a VI that ran calculations. Yeah? No.
All fleets, the Crucible is armed. Disengage and head to the rendezvous point. I repeat, disengage and get the hell out of here.
Joker, listen. We have to go. Damn it.
No. Joker doesn't get his way. He had it for a little while. shine through the clouds there. It's such a nice touch. Think about this too. If you choose synthesis, it's not just the Reapers. It's not just the AIs. It's Reaper creatures. They get merged with organics that make up husks. That isn't like existential horror. I don't know what is. And I'm a philosopher. I know what existential horror is. This kid asked, what I want to know is, do other galaxies have their own Reapers? I mean, obviously the dilemma is always there. Will anyone else come to the same conclusion? Leviathans do. It doesn't look like it based on Andromeda. They came to other horrifying conclusions. A few different ones. That'll be something to talk about when we eventually get to it. Oh god, that's right. Yeah, Erica says, nice normal leaves, unlike in the synthesis ending, lol. Synthetic trees. Yeah, sorry, Joker. Some planet somewhere in the local cluster. It didn't go through the relay.
The war is over. The Reapers have been defeated. Against all odds, and in the face of the greatest threat this galaxy has ever known, we survived. We suffered many losses. The relays are severely damaged, but we won. This victory belongs to each of us. Every man, woman, and child. Every civilization. On every world.
Samara with her last daughter.
Now, as we take our first steps toward restoring what we lost, we must remember what it took to win. This wasn't a victory by a single fleet, a single army, or even a single species. If this war has taught us anything, it is that we are at our strongest when we work together. And if we can put down our grievances long enough to stop something as powerful as the Reapers, imagine what we can achieve now that they are defeated. It will take time, but we can rebuild everything that was destroyed. Our homes, our worlds, our fleets and defenses, all of this and more. Together, we can build a future greater than any one of us could imagine. A future paid for by the sacrifices of those who fought and died alongside us. A future that many will never see.
ED's on the wall. Top right.
And while we still have many challenges ahead of us, we can face them together. And we will honor those who died to give us that future.
Anderson deserves that place of honor. Former commander of the Normandy anyway, too. Caden with a little hope. Alright, that's it. That is the end of the Mass Effect Trilogy. I gave most of my thoughts, I guess, on the ending already. Aside from the whole rebuilding thing, which, man, makes for a great setting. I'm really hoping that for the next game, if it is going to be in the Milky Way, they just pick an ending. They just go with Destroy the Reapers. That's the right ending. They just go with it, like we did. This is what I did for the. This is what I did for the tabletop we did. All right, it's just we destroyed the Reapers. 10 years later, we're trying to rebuild, trying to remake Contact, and Shepard survives. Now, apparently it's a hell of a thing to find her. Oh yeah, that's true. I might need to. I don't think this is copyrighted. Let's Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do something else. Actually, you know what? We don't have the time. I'm just gonna turn the music off and let the credits roll. Anyway, I can hear it. You can't. Sorry. But yeah, I don't want another copyright. God damn it. I don't think this is copyrighted. But anyway, it has been a fantastic run. I absolutely adore this series for all of this, all of the topics that we've talked about, all the fascinating stuff there is in this game series. It is so good. There's so much in here that is so in depth. I'm gonna inevitably come back to talking about the Mass Effect trilogy. Oh, it's too loud? Oh, well, I could always just fix that. It also might be copyrighted, so I don't want to risk it. The credits music for 1 was, so who the hell knows? Anyway, in any case, I do, like I said, thank you all so much for joining me this whole long ass series. This was my first, the first game I started streaming was Mass Effect 1, and we are now at the end of that, like a year later, or damn near close to it. So thank you again for sticking with me this long, and those of you who have joined me, awesome. Last I checked, as of the beginning of this stream, I was at 497 subscribers. I would love 3 more to make it an even 500. So if you're not subscribed, please do. If you can find somebody to subscribe, get me to that 500. I'd appreciate it. It's meaningless, but it means something to me. Anyway, once again, next week, as the chat is saying, WizKid, Nier Automata, or Automata, Nier Automata. I'm just gonna settle on Nier Automata. No, I'm not. I'm gonna say it differently every time, literally every time. But that is set for next week. We're going to be starting that on next Monday. Gotta make sure David knows. He's the one who got it for me and suggested it, so I will make sure he's aware of this and that we're going to be starting it next week. Apparently, it has a lot of this having to do with artificial intelligence, stuff like that. So it should pick up with a lot of the themes that we've left off with on this one. And apparently, it's not super long, so I don't know. I've never played it before. I don't know how long this is going to be, but probably at least a few weeks. Max has never played Nier, so you get to experience it the first time with us here. I hope you don't mind spoilers as far as that goes. Biscuit says the first one is right. Damn it! What is that? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, thank you, Kylie. I appreciate that very much, making someone subscribe. But anyway. Like I said, that is what's coming up next week. We're going to start Nier Automata. I'm going to find a thumbnail and stuff for it. I do have a controller, as I've been told. Playing it when mouse and keyboard is nightmarish, but I got a nice gamepad for it that'll do the job. So, Wizkid says it is and it isn't. Well, okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know what that means, but I'll find out. He says, me either, LMAO, but I know the major stuff. I should pick it up too. The first pronunciation. Automata. It's automata, right? Anyway, I don't know. I'll probably screw it up repeatedly. It's hard to say. Anyway, I keep saying thank you, and I'll keep saying thank you again. So thank you one more time for joining me through all of this. Keep joining me through next time. We are going to continue on through on Thursday with Dragon Age Origins, all the way through the Dragon Age series, just like we did through the Mass Effect series. We're going to do Origins, 2, Inquisition, hell, maybe by then 4 will be out. Unlikely as that is. We are going through it though, so that should be a great time as well. We are in the Temple of Sacred Ashes just now for one of the main story points, one of the huge story points with a lot of the sort of backstory and lore and tons of cool stuff about the sort of Andrastian religion and everything had to do with it. Anyway, should be a great time. Monday should be a great time starting a new game with you guys. I absolutely look forward to it. I absolutely look forward to continuing through all of this. Ooh, Reaper Blom that you guys couldn't hear. Anyway, it's getting incredibly late. We went really late on the stream. We went long, but it was totally worth it to finish this tonight. So I will give you guys one more sincere and heartfelt thank you. And I hope to see you again as we continue on through. Good night, everyone.